Hi. Hello. Welcome. Good to see you guys. Welcome back. It's Thursday. We're doing a little flip flop today, guys. It is September 21st of 2023. Thank you all for joining me today. Today we're looking into the legend behind the black-eyed children or the black-eyed kids and the melon heads. Meth? Is it myth? Real? Legend? What is it? I don't know. Let's talk about it and see what we can come up with. I'm excited about this one. See you soon. Hello, 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 and welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us today. Appreciate you. Ah, great to be back. Tried to go live last night, but I had some issues, so I'm so sorry. But thank you for being here today. Today, guys, we have to do a little flip flop scenario. Tomorrow, we got hearings coming through. Never forget, never fail. Today, we got hearings, or tomorrow, we have hearings that we're going to be dealing with one way or another. And so, typically on Fridays, we do supernatural scenarios, okay? And because of the hearings, I figured let's flip flop it and do that today. You know how that goes. So, that's what we're doing. That's why we're doing it. Sorry, folks. Make this thing work here. Uh, and it's wonderful to see you guys here. That's a fact. Appreciate you guys. Okay, Chainswell, thank you for joining us while you could. And again, we're covering the story, the legend behind the black-eyed kids or the black-eyed children, and the melon heads. For those of you that aren't familiar with either one, quite interesting. Um, so I'm looking forward to doing that. I've had some requests for a couple, well, for the black-eyed children for sure. So that's that's why I decided to go ahead with that one this week and today. So right, all right. A mama bear will be joining me at some point here soon. She did get called into work for a little bit, as I wasn't surprised. Hello, 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 Mr. David James. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us today. I hope you're doing well, being safe out there. Much love to you, bro. Much love to you. Good to have you here. Um, but she will be here eventually at some point. So let's see who is so awesomely gracing us with their presence today. Looks like we have Miss Sherry, Wisdom Speaks in the house. Good to see you. Carolyn Miller, welcome back, dear. Of course, the awesome and amazing David James, my brother, my friend. Great to see you, sir. Miss Bonnie Messick, welcome back. Katie Quarters, always a pleasure to see you, dear. Miss Cassie H, that was you. It was you as well as a couple other people, Cassie. So yeah, you guys, quite a few of you guys interested in this. Cassie H is in the house. Great to see you, Cassie. Thank you for joining us. Miss Kim Marin, welcome back. Great to have you here. V. Louise Arthur, thank you for being here, dear. Good to see you. Let me see. No chains, no more. Just a quick drop in. I have to drive soon to move stuff to the. Well, we will miss you, chains. Didn't see you much yesterday. I hope you're doing all right. Thank you for joining us. Evie Marie, great to see you again. Thank you for joining us today. The Canadian cat lady. Somebody else? She wanted to hear about the black eyed children as well. So has Kim Marin. Good to see good to see you guys. Let me see. Miss CR is in the house. Good to see you, CR. Thank you for joining us. Great to have you here today. M Cause, welcome back, ma'am. Good to see you. North Carolina Mountain Man, what's going on, brother? Good to have you here. Good to see you. Crazy P, welcome back. Great to see you. That Gigi Life is in the house. Well, welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Welcome back, Jazz King. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Striker Force for you. Welcome back. Tina B, great to see you. Lynn69, always a pleasure. Great to see you all. So happy to have you here. My brother Mikey's in the house. Good to see you, bro. Thanks for joining us today. Even out while he's working, he's in here, guys. That is the love. The love. Dakota Parker, good to see you. Good to have you here. Great to see you all. Lynn69 loves animals. Love the music. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Nat Cat, great to see you. Welcome back. Good to have you here. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat if you will. Please, 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 please leave a little DNA on the like button as you're coming through the door. Bonnie Bailey, great to see you, dear. Thanks for joining us today. Always a pleasure. Let me see. Canadian True Crime Buff, always happy to see you, dear. Thanks for being here with us today. Bobby J, welcome back. Great to see you. Miss Karen Boardman, welcome. Good to have you here. Good to see you. Miss Shelley, True Crime and Nature, thank you for joining us. Great to see you. Great to have you back. Hope Norris, welcome. Good to see you. Good day to you. Matt Amlo 12, what's going on, brother? Good to have you back. I think I got everybody so far. Come on in, guys. Grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Come on in. Have a creepy conversation with me, if you will. Appreciate you guys so very much. Like we got 58 people in here with 26 likes. Let's make that match, everybody. If we can, please, if you will. I appreciate that so very much. I'm sure there's some people in here that want to talk about this, want to hear about this. I know there are.
The black-eyed children.
Oh yeah. Should be an interesting show today, in my opinion. Thank you, Miss Sherry. Appreciate you. Let me see here. Welcome back, Golf Inspector General. Good to see you. Thanks you so much for being here. Absolutely. I'll definitely throw you in a Halloween mood. We'll have quite a few of these coming on. Typically, like I said, I'll do it on Fridays, but we got hearings tomorrow. So rather than miss out on it, I'll just flip flop the days. That's all. No big deal. Awesome. Good to see you, Jaylet. Thank you. I hope you guys are excited. It's an interesting couple of different stories here and theories that they have behind these. Now the yeah, I know. That would be a good idea, Kim. Can you imagine me doing that though? You guys would be freaked out. Chris and Chris, what's going on? Good to see you. I just saw your post, your comment, V. I'm so sorry. Um, please know that you have my utmost support, my prayers, my thoughts every day. And I will be thinking about you and praying for you every single solitary day. I'm so sorry that you have to go through that. My mother went through that. She beat it, as I'm sure you will too. But it's still scary, and it's something that I just nobody should ever have to go through. So I'm so very sorry that you have to go through that and have that experience. But know that we love you in here, and we will all you'll be in all of our thoughts and prayers. I can promise you that. And God bless you. Honestly. Well, whenever you're done, Chains, if you have the time, come on back in here. This was something you brought up too. Bonnie, you as well. Gosh, all of you. Again, you're all every day, every one of you guys, whether you're going through something or not, I think about you guys every single day. Um, but for those of you that are going through something, know that, I will be praying a little extra hard and thinking about you guys even more. Absolutely, V. Absolutely. And again, we all love you so very much. And you'll be in all of our thoughts, I promise you. Same to you, Bonnie. What's going on, Paladin? Good to see you, buddy. Hey, Brandy, what's going on, hon? I hope you- I hope you're doing all right. I hope things are working out for you over there. Yes, that's exactly it, Katie. And thank you, CR. Well, and again, I'm glad that you found it. Hopefully, in enough time for it to be dealt with right. Michelle Mack, welcome back. I have access to AI apps that would allow me to clone Dago's voice, face, and body language. Once I train it using one of his videos, no one would tell us apart. I'll ask for permission first. I mean, if you feel like you want to do that, buddy, just don't do nothing crazy with it. Thank you, Heather, for that. And welcome, Heather. Good to see you, sis. Again, thank you for anybody that has purchased anything and sent it my direction off of that Amazon wish list. You are so very appreciated. It is pinned in chat for anybody that's interested in that. It's not something that is mandatory by any means, but should you choose to, it is very much appreciated. Jennifer S., thank you for joining us today, dear. Good to see you. Michael 007, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. Thank you for that, sir. I thought it was a pretty good show yesterday. It was very informative, and I think we found out some decent stuff. Jay Lit, good to see you. Crystal, welcome back. Audacious Dreamer, good to see you. Again, guys, as you're coming in, if you would please, please, please hit that like button. Let's get our likes up there with the people we got in here. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Drinking this stuff today. I'm not a big fan of this stuff. I like the Pepsi Zero better. But Deborah Thompson, welcome. Good to see you, dear. Andy Kane, what's going on, buddy? Good to see you. I just did a video yesterday, bud, about all of that Delphi stuff. You missed us. Yes, CR. I'm. Thank you for telling me that that was you, because I had no idea who to thank. Yes, I did. In fact, let me show it to you real quick. It's going to be going up in my new office area in the back when I put it together. Hold on. All right. The thing is actually really cool. Yeah, I was wondering about that. I'd like to thank people for specifically for what they do on and so and just to show you, one second here. You guys probably can't see it. Anyway, it's neon. It's very hard to see because of the glare. But anyway, it's awesome. And it even does. I can turn it down. That helps a little bit. Here we go. And that will be hanging up in the office in the back there. So thank you so very much for that, CR. That is amazing. Absolutely amazing. I appreciate that. And I can't wait to get it set up either. All things silver, what's going on? Good to see ya. Yes, I am so, so very appreciative of that, CR. You have no idea. That's going to be really cool. Again with the ads? Are you kidding me? Hang on a minute. Let me check something while I'm sitting here doing this. I went in and reset them again. We'll see if they shut down. Yes, very cool. Very cool. Kels, what's up, sis? Good to see you. Good morning, Rondi Potter. How are ya? Let me know how the ads are rolling as I shut it back down. Like, started it up and shut it down. SRB's in the house. Good to see ya. We'll see what happens. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, that's how YouTubers typically get paid if they're monetized is because of the ads that are playing. So that's what it's all about. That's where the y- like there's a certain amount of a percentage of each whatever that ad pays. Sherlock Holmes, good to see ya. And that goes to each after 45% of whatever they take, that goes to yes, I saw that fly. It's driving me nuts. One fly. Um I have premium. I do. I have premium. I don't understand it. That's why I don't understand how. Yes, they take 45%, Heather. It's ridiculous. Um Commercials started around Labor Day. Yeah, I've had them all shut down too, and they're still going through. I don't understand it. KT, what to do? Good to see ya. Yes, I hate flies too in a bad way. Yeah, I have premium, YouTube premium. I mean, I don't on my side of things, but I think that like as you guys go, that you would have to have it to block the ads on your side. Megan Hamill, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Yeah, it is too much. That's what we've been complaining about, Carolyn. 45% is a lot. And I think it's more. That's what I was just thinking, Cassie, that the viewers have to have premium to not to get the ads. I even turn them off. Like I said, I turn them off 12 seconds. That's crazy. If I don't pay them. Oh, okay, I see. 12. What's going on? Oh, yes, towel. I know. I love that sign. I can't wait to set it up. I'll have my green screen set up and I'll have all that other stuff set up too. If we have premium, do you still get paid? I think so. I think it just blocks the ads on your side, so you don't have to look at them. I don't understand how if I go into my settings. I can even show you guys. You go into the settings in the background, okay? Let me see something here. I think it's because the monetization is turned on. Um, yeah, I have them turned down as low as they can go. I'll show you real fast. It automatically comes up because the monetization is on. But it shows it's on the conservative side, lower earnings potential, less interrupted viewer experience. That's the lowest you can go. If I hit this bottom thing down here, it says aggressive, higher earnings, more. So they'd be running ads all day. But I keep it on this one here, and YouTube handles it. I don't have any coverage with it, so um, but yeah, but they're automatically there as if the monetization's on, which I turn the monetization on because that's what I do. What's up, Bad Sheet Crazy? Good to see you. Doodlebug, thank you. Good to see you here. Right, yeah, the Cash App and the Venmo, PayPal, and all that stuff. It's 100%. There's no percentages. Um, and it goes directly to that person right away. What's up, Stevie? Good to see you. Melonhead. You know what? I've been told that Patreon does, but I don't know much about that. Somebody told me to set up the Patreon thing. I don't know how to do that. What's your other account? Oh, okay. Thank you. By the way, Sherry, I appreciate that. You guys know what that's all about. I don't even like doing that, but again, I got to pay the bills somehow. Well, thank you, Chris. I appreciate that very much. One second. That's my son's school. Give me one moment, folks. All right, everybody. So sorry about that. Was having an issue with my son's band teacher picking on him, so I had a conversation with the principal this morning. Um, I just saw the message asking to renew my membership here. I would have done it, but I'm blocked. How are you blocked if you're in here right now? If you were blocked, you couldn't put this up, Sherlock. Do you have another account? No, I did not, Miss Heather. Well, if that's the case, I typically SEMA says both my eyes cataracts are done, so I can't. Oh, wow. Well, welcome, Seema. I hope you're doing okay with that. Don't worry about renewing. Yeah, I hope you're doing very much very better after that surgery, Seema. Please, please know, and I will keep you in my thoughts as far as that goes for healing. Um, don't worry about renewing any membership, Sherlock. Okay, no worries. Well, the things that you said and that you supported that were said about us in this channel, I don't know what you would expect, Jeff. Teresa, welcome back, dear. Good to see you. You can't be that way. People don't like it. Yep, pretty much typical. I agree, Mikey. That's all. Yep, I know. That night you did, yeah, but then you went and you were on pan. I'm not doing this anymore. Really tired of it. Anyway, moving forward. So yeah, my son's teacher, his band teacher, as weird as it is, was just giving his original band teacher retired or moved to a different school. I'm sorry, and whoops. So somebody came in to replace him, and it was a younger lady, and it's basically my son is different. He's on the spectrum for autism, and what's up, PW? Good to see you, caw caw. And doesn't deal with things like typical kids would. And she's been like really ignorant to him. So I just had to make a conversation with the principal. He missed he's in the marching band as well. And he missed a football game because he was sick. He had a really bad stomach thing going on. She tried to make him do an essay because because he was sick. I said, so you're punishing him because he was sick, which was not his fault. It's probably something he picked up from the school because they don't. And I said, no, he's not doing the essay. And the woman tried to force him to do it. So I contacted the principal, and that was the end of it. So that's what that phone call was about. Keeper, true crime, and paranormal. Great to see you. Unique souls. There you go. That's what I said, Cassie. It's ridiculous. This kid has never had any problems with any teachers, anything. So she just picks with him constantly, nonstop picking on him. She obviously doesn't care for him. Welcome, Lacey. Good to see you. And I said, if she doesn't stop, she's going to start having to deal with me because I'll come and sit at school with him every day. I mean, I really wouldn't do that because that would humiliate him, but he does have an IEP, Megan. And she does not go by every other class he has follows the IEP except for the band. Very, I said, I'm not the one. I've been fully involved in all of my kids' school careers, and I will continuously do it until the kid graduates and then some. So at that point, no, you're not going to pick on my child. I'm sorry. It's
Excuse
not going
me.
to happen. Hello.
Hi.
How are you? Yeah, I was pissed. Very
Tired.
pissed. And he loves band. He loved band. Absolutely loved it. He's very good, as you guys know. He's very talented musically in multiple different ways, and he's good at that. So I told her, I sent a letter to school and I said, I'm still here, guys. I'm not going to enforce my son having to do this essay because he was sick. I'm not punishing him because he had a stomach virus. She said that it was her rule and that she's not going to make an exception for anybody for any reason. And I said, well, you're going to this time because he's not doing the essay. I told him no, he's not doing it. And if I said if she tries to do any kind of punishment for him not doing it, there's going to be a bigger retaliation on my side of things. I said I don't mess with um I'm not one of those parents that like goes up and fights teachers and stuff like that, but I'm not going to allow somebody to bully my son, especially with the issues that he has. And he's a good kid. He doesn't do well academically, but in music, he's amazing. He blows through everything like it's nothing. So there's no way. So the principal said she was going to have a talk with her because the principal we're kind of friends, and she knows Caden and how Caden is, and they've been very good with him. And you're not going to change it now. It's not when he's a junior. No. And I'm not going to let this kid quit something he's done since he was in 5th grade that he loves because of one person. No, 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 no. Nope. Not going to happen. Welcome, Mama Bear.
Hello.
Oh, aw, yeah. That was quick.
Tired.
right. And that's the thing. Well, he's not so much special needs, Katie. He has an IEP because he's chronic ADHD and he's on the spectrum. Okay. Very, very, very high functioning. He does regular classes and all that, but he needs a little extra help to figure things out and with testing and to like absorb what he's doing. And this woman, from the moment she started, has picked with him. It's not going to happen.
Hmm.
Not
Yeah,
going to
so
happen. This kid has not caused. He's never been to the principal's office for anything that had anything to do with him. As irritating as he can be around here at times, he's not like that at school. You know what I mean?
mhm.
Amy Conway, been a long time. Good to see you. Thanks for being here.
I would have missed you too, PW.
Hmm. See some old faces here. Awesome. We got 115 people with 59 likes. Come on, guys. We can do better than that. At least like since you got to show your face so they'll like it, Mama Bear.
Mm, I'm eating.
Oh, yeah, I can hear that. So, like I said, if there's any kind of a punishment she tries to implement because he's not doing this essay, they'll be contacted by an attorney. It won't be me after that. And actually, all I would have to do is say that, and they'll drop everything. That'll be the end of it. There's been like 15 kids that have quit band since this woman start. I was like,
Wow.
wow. And they have a small band because it's a small town. The band isn't like when I was in high school, we had like 300 people in our marching band. I think
Mhm.
this band has like 25 or 30. A big difference.
Yeah.
So you're gonna destroy your marching band because your teacher has an inferiority complex or something.
Hmm.
It's ridiculous. Although my son did say, I don't think this helped, and I told him, I said you shouldn't say things like that. But they got into it the other day. She was picking with him again, and he was doing things the way he always does, and it was always fine with Mr. Summerall, the other teacher. He was amazing with Caden. He helped him learn how to read music and everything. It was amazing. So he looked right at her and he was like, this is why I'll be going when I graduate to see Mr. Summerall and not you. And I said, oh God. I said, son, you can't say things like that. I said, I didn't discipline him for it. I said,
He's
but
just being
I,
honest.
right, I don't blame him. And he told me, he was like, I'm not going to. I'm not going to. I'll go all the way to that other school to see him. I said, yeah, I get it, kid. I bet, Kels. It's hard. Some of these teachers, I've heard some of these teachers say when he got his IEP, he was at another school. That's why we moved this out to this area because they have better programs for that. Um, and um, other teachers at his other school said that they don't treat kids any different because that's what makes them weak. Okay, so this child obviously has learning disabilities in a sense. And he has something that the state has implemented in place for this that they're giving you for to help with these kids, right? And you're gonna say that it makes them weak to help them that way? Get Miss me with that bullshit. Sorry. So that was when we left that school. Miss Heather, thank you for that. We do. 114 awesome people tuning in right now. Thank you so very much. And please hit that like button. If you have not subscribed, please do hit the notification bell so you don't miss anything we do. That's right, Carolyn. I agree with that. There's a couple times I wanted to do that, Dakota. I'm better than that. I'm not one of them people. I mean, I've thought about it. He had a gym teacher one time that pushed him because he wasn't moving fast enough. That was a big mistake. Big mistake. I went to the school and you guys know how I handle ignorant people, but I very pleasantly told him in the office in front of the principal. I had the principal call him to the office because he didn't want to come talk to me. I said, "Well, I'm not going to leave till he does. That's my right." So he came to the office. This was at the other school, and he sat down. I'm sitting there. Um, Jessica Santiago, good to see you. another face I haven't seen in a while. Thank you for joining us. Um, and he sat there. I said, "So, can you explain to me real quick why you touched my son?" Well, he was. I was trying to show him to move faster. I said, "So you pushed him, and he almost fell?" I said, "Now, if he would have fallen and hurt himself, then what would the excuse? What would your answer have been to that one?" Well, it didn't happen. I said, "But it could have happened because if he lost his footing and fell down and hurt himself, what would you have said to that?" Well, uh, I said, "Okay, I'm gonna just put it this way before while you're him hawing around." I said, "Don't ever touch my son again." I said, "If you do, it'll be the last child you ever put your hand on." I said, "You'll lose your license and you'll go to jail for it. So I'm just letting you know that." And he started to puff his chest up, like he was going to say something. And the principal looked at him and said, "Don't," just like that, just like that. And I looked at the principal and I said, "Thank you for your time." And I looked at him and I said, "I'm not joking with you, by the way." And I put my hand out. I said, "My name's Joe, by the way." And he kind of sat there and then he put his hand out real slow and I shook his hand real nice and grippy like you're supposed
Mhm.
to. And I turned around and I said, "Come on, Caden, let's go home." And he just stared at me all the way out of the office. It took everything in my power not to bounce that guy around the room that day. I'll put it that way. But and he was just one of these little pipsqueaky little punk, athletic
Mhm.
Nike everything guys that, he's wearing Nike everything and the shoes and I'm Mr. Athletic. Yeah, okay. Truth probably being is you weren't smart enough to be any other kind of teacher, so you had to become a gym teacher.
Mhm.
That was my thought. I shouldn't say things like that, but don't touch my kid.
Yeah.
Ever. Ever. So anyway, welcome, Mama Bear.
Thanks. I do
Moon
have to cut
baby.
out at 2:30. I forgot Echo has counseling today too. So,
Okay. We're
but
back.
if you're still live, I'll come back.
No problem. So, like I said, for those of you that are jumping in, there's a lot of people I haven't seen in here for a while. Welcome everybody, and we had to remove another person. Um,
Mm. Oh,
Jeff had
really?
Jeff had another account.
Wow.
He's been in here for a while. I had no idea it was him, but I'm not just sheer luck. Something I think it was.
Hmm.
Anyway, whatever. I don't care. I'm just not playing the game anymore. I don't have
Yeah.
time for it. If you're gonna go support somebody that completely disregards everything that has to do with this community and this channel, then you don't support this channel. So there's no reason to be here.
Right.
And I'm just not gonna. He started with the nitpicking stuff. Nope, not doing it. Bye.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I agree, Jess. But it is what it is. So today, guys, I had to. For those of you that just jumped in, I had to flip flop Thursday with Friday because tomorrow we have hearings, as we all know, in Idaho. And I'll be doing everything I can possibly do to make sure that we have info on what's going on in those hearings, as I said. Um, and yes, Kels, you did. Um, what was I going to say? Oh, so typically on Fridays we do like a supernatural type content thing, and I didn't want to miss out on it because a lot of people were asking about the black-eyed children, and we're definitely not going to miss out on the hearings. That's one thing that's not going to happen. So I just figured I would flip flop the days. We cover that today, and we'll do the hearings tomorrow, and obla di obla da. You know,
Mhm.
so that's what we're doing. So again, um, no problem, Gigi. I the I'm sorry. What was I going to say? The conversation today is in regards to the black-eyed kids or the black-eyed children, as you would call it. Either way. And the melon heads. I figured I would do a twofer, add that in there too for those of you that aren't familiar with the lemon heads. Um, that's another interesting theory. Well, not a story, not a theory. I guess it could be a theory. Um, I did, Chris. We're going to be covering that too. I want to get a whole thing on. That's a whole story. because it's a bigger one, and it's very. I knew about that story already. Um, the name was what threw me off on it, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to say the least. That one has a lot to it, so I wanted to be able to devote an entire show to it. Yeah, PW, that's true too. That's where a lot of the sightings come from is down in Texas. As weird as that is.
Hmm,
So interesting, interesting, interesting. So let's say we get something going with this.
sounds good.
Tough enough since you've only got an hour. Not lemon heads, melon heads, Kim.
Mm,
Melon heads, not lemon heads. What
it's
are the
got the
black-eyed
same letters.
children? Kinda, yeah, yeah, it does. The melon heads are based on a legend about a. It happens in Texas, Carolyn. That's part of it. It happens all over the place, but it's something that's still going on. It's been looked at and listed as a cryptid, possibly. It depends on how you take it, you know. And the melonheads were the legend behind that is that there were experimental things being done with people, and that's around Ohio and Michigan, by the way. People have said that they've seen these things on the side of the roads, the melonheads. Basically, they're just people with very, 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 very large heads. Okay, and not they don't look like most normal people do. What's up, Chalk baby? Good to see you. I'm happy to have you here. It's okay. Real life comes first, always. Always.
Hmm.
Always. Okay. Get you started off with this. I got one fly in here again.
It's probably the same one.
It's driving. No, I killed that one.
Hmm.
This one must Perry. Good to see you.
How can you
I
tell
don't
them
know.
apart?
Well, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, it's doing this on purpose. It's flying right in front of me. It actually touched my forehead a few minutes ago. Okay,
Too
I'm
bad I missed that.
quite irritated about that right now.
That'd been funny.
Not no 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 no. So let's get this rolling. Again, thank you all for joining us today as we talk about
The black-eyed children.
Only we had known. Our first night there, we sat around a blazing fire pit, roasting marshmallows and sharing stories from our past. The only sounds were our laughter and the crackling of burning logs. That is, until we heard a faint knock at the cabin door.
welcome,
Curious and
Pearl.
slightly unnerved, I went to see who could be out there. What I found was something beyond my wildest imagination.
What's up,
Two
Nikki?
children, a boy and a girl, both with strikingly black, soulless eyes. They stared up at me, their expressions unsettlingly emotionless. Can we come in? We're lost and need to call our parents, the girl said, her voice unnervingly calm and monotone. I hesitated, an overwhelming sense of dread washing over me. My instincts were screaming at me to slam the door and lock it, but I couldn't force myself to abandon these seemingly helpless children. Before I could respond, my friends appeared behind me. Ava, her usually warm demeanor gone, glared skeptically at the children. What are you doing out here alone? She questioned, her voice brimming with concern and suspicion. The boy spoke up this time. We were hiking with our parents and got separated. We just need to call them. Damon, ever the protector, reluctantly agreed to let them in. As they stepped across the threshold, an unnerving chill swept through the cabin. The atmosphere had shifted, and it felt as if the darkness outside had seeped into our sanctuary. Leo, always an avid believer in the paranormal, pulled me aside, his eyes wide with terror. Elena, those are black-eyed kids. I've heard the legends. They're not human. We need to get them out. They're just children, I whispered back, trying to ignore the unease creeping through my body. I refused to believe that these kids could be the sinister creatures Leo claimed they were. The night wore on, and the children remained eerily silent. Even as we tried to engage them in conversation, they remained tight-lipped, their black eyes giving away nothing. Ava and Leo were openly unnerved, yet Damon and I continued to dismiss our friend's concerns as mere paranoia. At midnight, we all decided to call it a night. The children assured us their parents would come to pick them up in the morning, so we reluctantly allowed them to stay. Each of us retired to our respective rooms, but it was impossible to shake the overwhelming sense of dread pervading throughout the cabin. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the silence, emanating from Ava's room. We all rushed to her aid, our hearts pounding. When we burst through the door, the horrifying scene we found left us frozen in terror. Ava lay on the floor, her body twisted and contorted in unnatural ways, her eyes wide open in horror. The black-eyed kids stood over her, their eyes pitch black, mouths twisted into sinister smiles. In an instant we knew our friend had met a gruesome end. Leo acted first, grabbing me by the arm and pulling me away from the gruesome scene. "We have to run, now!" he shouted. Damon hesitated, his instincts urging him to stay and fight the unearthly fiends. "There's no time, Damon! They'll kill us all!" I screamed, desperation and terror thick in my voice. In that moment, Damon seemed to come back to his senses, and with a tearful glance at Ava's lifeless body, we all fled from the cabin. As we sprinted through the moonlit woods, our lungs burning and hearts racing, we couldn't shake the feeling that the black-eyed kids were close behind. It was as if we could feel their soulless eyes boring into the back of our skulls, watching our every move. When we finally reached the sanctuary of Damon's car, we piled in, our bodies shaking with fear and adrenaline. As the engine roared to life, I glanced back at the cabin, half expecting to see the dead-eyed children staring at us from the shadows. To my relief, they were nowhere to be seen. The cabin stood there, dark and ominous, a testament to the horrors we had witnessed. We drove for hours, our minds numb and our bodies racked with sobs as we mourned the loss of our beloved friend. Finally, when we could no longer fight the exhaustion, we pulled into a motel to rest. That night, huddled together in a cramped motel room, we made a solemn vow to never speak of the horrors we had experienced, to never again seek out the secrets lurking within the shadows. For we had learned the terrible truth that night. Sometimes, the most horrifying monsters are those that hide in plain sight, wearing the faces of innocence. And yet, as I lay there, trying to find solace in the arms of my surviving friends, I couldn't shake the nagging thought that maybe, just maybe, the nightmare wasn't over yet. The next morning, we woke up feeling a strange sense of relief, as if the motel room had somehow kept the evil at bay. But as we gathered our belongings and prepared to leave, we noticed something that sent chills down our spines. There, on the motel room mirror, written in the condensation from our breaths, were the words, "You can't escape us." We exchanged terrified glances, realizing that the black-eyed kids hadn't given up their pursuit. It seemed as though they were toying with us, enjoying the fear they instilled in our hearts. With renewed determination, we got back into the car and continued driving, desperate to put as much distance between ourselves and the nightmare we had left behind. As the days turned into weeks, we began to notice strange occurrences in our daily lives. Items would go missing, only to reappear in the most unlikely places. We would hear whispers in the night, as if the black-eyed kids were haunting our dreams. Worst of all, we began to see them in crowds, their black eyes staring at us from amongst the throngs of innocent people. One evening, as we sat together in a small diner, Leo broke down in tears. "I can't take it anymore," he sobbed. "They're always watching, always waiting. We'll never be free of them." Damon and I tried to console him, but deep down, we knew he was right. The black-eyed kids had become a relentless, inescapable presence in our lives. It was then that I had an idea, one that I hoped might finally rid us of our tormentors. "We have to confront them," I said, my voice trembling with fear. "We have to face them and demand that they leave us alone, once and for all." Leo and Damon exchanged unsure glances but eventually agreed, seeing no other option. We drove back to the cabin, our hearts heavy with dread. The sun was setting as we arrived, casting ominous shadows across the once familiar landscape. We entered the cabin, our flashlights illuminating the darkness that had claimed it since.
All right, hang on a second, guys. I'm gonna check something real quick. That way, everybody will be okay with it. Um, it's being stated that the hearings tomorrow are canceled. I
What?
didn't see it. Yeah, I'm going to look right now. Give me 1 second. That way, everybody can relax a little bit. Um, which this is ridiculous if it's true.
Right.
1 second here. Let's see. If that's the case, there should be a document on it. So I'm looking right now. I know we knew some docs dropped yesterday, but they were nothing of any like serious importance, I didn't think, but
Not that
that's
I
kind of
saw.
important. So,
I think I
order
would have
regarding notice
noticed.
of hearing Zoom information redacted, media request, temporary order stealing. Yeah, no, there was two that dropped on the 20th yesterday. Order for media request from Krem and order regarding notice of hearing Zoom info redacted.
Okay.
Um, neither one of these say anything about.
Let me pull up BindLink.
Yeah, that's redacted. So this is just the Zoom one. We've seen the Zoom ones 100 times. Kyla, welcome. It's from the docket. Oh, Gemini, good to see you, hon.
I mean, it's from the docket.
What do you mean, Gemini? Where do you get that at? The docket, the channel? And then the other one is just a media request. So there's no document stating. I think if they canceled the hearing, they would have to drop a document on it, right? Oh, did
You
you,
would
Linz? I
think.
didn't see on Twitter. Oh, the docket on Twitter.
Uh,
How would he have? Yeah, he usually has info before there's any documentation dropped.
I know something popped up on my phone
Oh,
from BindLink, but it didn't say. It said it
due to
could.
due to illness, the hearings that were slated for 9/22 and the Coburg case have been vacated and rescheduled to October 26th at 9:30 and 1 a.m. Hearing is closed. One hearing will be open. Somebody probably has COVID.
Mhm.
I'll be damned. Well, okay, guys. So we did this today for nothing. Um. Oh well. Somebody probably has COVID because it's going around really bad. That's the only thing I could think of. Um,
COVID
damn
or
it.
the flu or
Oh, well, yeah, that probably. I would say
no.
COVID for them to cancel a hearing, but that's awful strange. That I don't know. I don't know. Let me see. Just a double.
I
Does
wouldn't
Santa have
say
COVID?
you upset me, Linz. I was just like, oh, thought I was going to get a whole day without hearing the word Idaho.
Hmm.
And then Lindsay's like, hey, more documents trapped. And I'm like, ugh.
Let me see here real quick. So, let me
Heather is
see.
what verified.
Yep, there it is. There it is. I'll show you real quick. All right. If you can see it, I can't. I need to figure out how to get this on my computer. Let me focus.
I have to back it out and then push it back in.
There it is.
There
Due
you
to
go.
illness, the hearings that were slated for 9/22 have been vacated, rescheduled to 10/26 at 9:30. Exactly what was said. Well, folks, there it is. All that build up for nothing. Right, Nikki, I get you. Poopa, what's up? So anyway, yes, thank you for the update on that. Anyway, moving back into this. Sorry about that, folks. I just wanted to make sure you guys got, the real deal info. I don't blame you, Carolyn. All right, back to this. We'll finish this and move to the next part. And sorry for interrupting, folks. I just wanted to make sure everything was real. Sometimes there's false info put out that is misrepresented or misheard, and I wanted to make sure you guys all got it. Oh no, Lynn, I think a lot of people are over Idaho.
Yeah. I was
That's
not
that's
upset
all.
with you by any means, hon.
There we
I just
go.
want things to stop stalling it and just get it.
Do it. Yeah. Be it done.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go. Back to the children.
That's interesting.
What's interesting?
Wait a minute. September 22nd. That's tomorrow.
Oh,
So it
Thompson's sick.
hasn't, on VineLink, it hasn't been canceled.
Okay. What's
No.
up, High
Well,
Vibes? Yeah, he always
there
has.
it is. I just didn't scroll down far enough. Sorry.
He always has things before the link that has all
Yeah.
the documents on it. He always has it before them somehow. I don't know how he gets it like that, but it is what it is.
Yep.
Anyway, back to the black-eyed children.
It seemed like an eternity before we finally found them, standing in the very room where Ava had met her gruesome end. Their black eyes gleamed in the dim light, and their sinister smiles sent a shiver down my spine. "We've come to make a deal," I said, my voice quivering. "Leave us alone, and we'll never speak of this again. No one will ever know what happened here." The black-eyed kids exchanged silent glances before one of them spoke, its voice cold and emotionless. "Very well," it said, "but there is a price." We hesitated, fearing what that price might be. But we had come too far to turn back now. "What do you want?" Damon asked, his voice barely audible. "One of you must stay with us," the child replied, its sinister grin widening. "Only then will the rest of you be free." We stared at each other in horror, realizing the terrible choice we had to make. Leo, his face a mask of terror and resignation,
I'm glad
stepped
to hear
forward.
that, Fupa.
"I'll stay," he whispered, his voice cracking with emotion. "You two go, and never look back." As we left the cabin, heartbroken and defeated, we knew we were leaving a part of ourselves behind. The black-eyed kids had taken not one, but two of our friends, and for that, we would never forgive them. To this day, the events of that night haunt me. I sometimes wonder what might have happened if we had never encountered those sinister children, and if our dear friends might still be alive. But as much as I yearn for answers, I know that some mysteries are best left unsolved. For in the shadows of our world, there are things that defy explanation. terrifying things that remind us just how fragile the veil between reality and nightmare truly is. I've always been an insomniac, cursed with the inability to truly detach myself from the world and slip into a peaceful slumber. That's how it all began, on an otherwise unremarkable night. My mind restlessly drifted between the past and the possibilities of the future. The digital clock on my nightstand blinked relentlessly, digits changing with an eerie precision as it approached 2 a.m. As I glanced around the room, my eyes fell upon a childhood relic. It was an old, tattered book I had not touched in years, which whispered promises of adventure and escape from the monotonous grip of reality. Intrigued, I reached for the book, and while the outside world was shrouded in darkness, I allowed the characters to transport me to a world of exhilarating escapades. My dog, Noodle, stirred next to me, stretching as the rain began to pitter-patter against the windows. A flash of lightning illuminated the room, followed by a clap of thunder. As my eyes wandered from the pages to the window, I noticed something peculiar outside. A figure stood beneath an oak tree, seemingly unaffected by the torrential rain. I stared, my heart pounding rapidly in my chest. The figure seemed young, maybe around 14 or 15, with long, wet hair obscuring its face. As the figure turned toward me, I realized that there was another person standing beside them, perhaps a few years younger, short and with a similar expressionless demeanor. Their eyes locked onto mine, and a shiver ran down my spine. They were just two kids. But what were they doing outside at this hour, drenched in rain, with their unwavering gaze fixated on my window? The older one raised a hand and slowly waved, while the younger ones seemed to remain composed, arms by their side as they stared unblinkingly at me. Fearing for their well-being, and with my curiosity piqued, I rushed downstairs and opened the front door. "Hey, are you guys lost?" I asked, taking in the appearance of the two strangers. Their clothes seemed ordinary enough, but their eyes were utterly void of emotion and jet black. "We need to use your phone," the older one said flatly, his voice sending chills down my spine. I hesitated, my instincts screaming at me that something was severely amiss. "I could bring the phone out here, and you can use it," I suggested, hoping to avoid letting these unsettling strangers into my home. Their eyes seemed to darken, an unnerving depth that I could not ignore. "No," the younger one finally spoke, their voice a haunting echo of the older one's. "You need to invite us in." My hands trembled as I gripped the door handle tightly. Asterisk invite them in? Why? Asterisk I could feel an overpowering sense of dread growing within me, but I couldn't pinpoint what it was I feared. Well, you can stand in the doorway while you talk," I mustered, swallowing nervously as I took a
And this is where the legend of this comes into play. The supposedly you have to invite them into your vehicle, your home, whatever area it is, you have to let them in for whatever to happen. And if you don't, that's when things start to get a little wonky, as you'll find out.
step back. The older boy's face contorted into an almost inhuman snarl, and in that instant, I knew I had made a horrifying mistake. I tried to slam the door shut, but their strength was inhuman. The door creaked and splintered under the force of their push. "Please," I begged, my voice cracking with fear.
Exactly, Lens.
"Please don't hurt me." Their emotionless black eyes fixed on me, and the younger one spoke with a malicious grin. "We're not here for you." My heart pounded in my chest as the realization dawned on me. Noodle. He had been with me upstairs, and now he was in grave danger. As the two black-eyed kids pushed their way into my home, I sprinted back up to my room, frantically calling and searching for my beloved companion. The rain poured outside, each drop like a metronome to my growing panic. I found Noodle cowering beneath my bed, trembling in fear. My hands shook as I scooped him up and locked us in the bathroom. We hid there, huddled together, as the sound of the black-eyed kids' movement echoed eerily through the house. Each creak and groan heightened my terror, and I prayed that they would leave before causing any more harm. Hours passed like an eternity before the house finally fell silent. Dread weighing heavily on my chest, I ventured out with Noodle and discovered that the two sinister strangers had vanished. In the days following that terrifying night, I struggled to come to terms
Welcome,
with the
Paris girl.
surreal encounter. The memory of their black, empty eyes haunted my thoughts, and my peaceful suburban life was forever tainted by a lingering sense of unease. The black-eyed kids had spared me, but I knew that I would never be the same. Their sinister motives remained shrouded in mystery, and I was left wondering when and where they might appear next, seeking entrance into the lives of innocents plagued by the curse of curiosity. And to this day, I can't help but feel that I've only caught a glimpse of the dark force lurking beneath the surface.
These stories are, and I think loosely based on actual interactions per se. Um, you know, I can't give you a is this true or false type thing. These are based on legends of things that people have experienced and certain examples of that, I guess. Like I said, it's up to you. Today we're looking into I flip flop Thursday for Friday, thinking there was going to be hearings tomorrow, Paris girl. So we do the supernatural stuff on Fridays. That's what we're doing today. This is about the black eyed kids and the melon heads. So we don't know. We don't know if this is true or false, if this actually happened. It's based supposedly on true interactions they're stating. I don't know. I don't want to lie to you guys and say that I know for a fact, but either way, it could be, couldn't be, who knows, I know one thing. I it wouldn't happen, I wouldn't allow anybody like that in my house. That's just that. So, all right. Let's go forward with this. And let me see here. I got some other stuff on this. Um, got another piece of my new computer today. My RAM
Woohoo!
gaming. Yes, 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 yes. All right, let me see something here. No. Okay. A moment, everybody.
Congratulations, Renee, on being a meatball for 2 months.
Awesome. Awesome, awesome. Awesome. Okay. Drop that in here.
Pearl and Melonhead is Dago.
I'm sorry.
I was talking to Pearl.
Oh,
She asked what a melonhead was.
I guess that's me. Depends on what day or who you ask.
North Carolina
Sure.
mountain man said, my ex-wife is a melonhead.
So is mine. Congrats on 2 months, Renee, by the way. Okay. All right. Moving upward. What's up, Josie? Thanks for joining us today, dear. Appreciate you. We got 123 awesome peeps in here. That's so great. Ain't scared.
Aw, Paris girl, hi.
All
That's pretty
right.
cool. I don't have a Mama Bear shirt. I should make me one.
Yes, we need shirts. I got to get some stuff going with merchandise. This I thought it was going to be working out this way. Nothing's happened yet, but what are you going to do? I'll get it together. So, Cassie helped out with some of this, by the way, guys, and sent some links to some stuff and so on and so forth. So, here we go. This was sent over. 9 terrifying encounters with black-eyed children. These haunting tales of black-eyed children will make you think twice before answering your door. Mr. Potato Head. Okay, 12. I got you with that Mr. Potato Head stuff. Whatever. Whatever. Gingers. Yes, there's a ginger right there. And I guess, I don't know. Lynn's, congrats on 4 months. We got 2 of you
Wow.
guys celebrating today. That's
Congrats.
awesome. Thank you for that. Seriously.
Very cool.
All right. That's awesome. Little boy looks like your brother. There's something you want to tell us, Fupa? Are you a black-eyed kid? All right, let's see what we got with this one. 1 second. Teresa, 2 months. You guys are killing it today. That's awesome.
Yay, congratulations.
Yes, yes, yes. All right. Super awesome. And it's great to have you all in this potato sauce with these awesome meatballs. Appreciate you guys so very much. So, again, a mysterious knock at your door in the dead of the night. 1 second. Let me do the right thing here so that I don't mess this up. So why do they have black eyes? Or did I miss that part? It's Josie, whatever. Peeking through your fingers. It's just part of the, I guess, because they have black eyes. There's no eyes there. They're just black because they're evil, I guess. I don't know. Maybe. And yes, I found my real glasses shoved inside my love seat. How about that?
Huh.
Oh, yeah.
That's an interesting place to keep them.
It is, isn't it, though?
Mm-hmm.
Since the early 90s, the so-called black-eyed children have become a staple of paranormal legends. Some believe the children first entered public consciousness after reporter Brian Bethel wrote about 2 unsettling interactions he had in 1998 with children who had entirely black eyes. Nearly 20 years later, mysterious black-eyed kids have been featured in many creepypasta. But what or who? Why is this sounding like this today? Hold up. All right, let's see. Is that maybe better? But
Yeah.
what or who are the black-eyed children? Typically, these children range in age from early adolescence to late teens and appeal to adults' sympathy, often appearing on the side of the road or on a front doorstep asking for help. Some believe the children are extraterrestrials, or vampires. Others believe them to be demons. Regardless, if you see a youngster with jet black eyes, proceed with caution. Below are 6 of the most sinister stories out there or encounters with black eyed children. Read on so you can be prepared should they ever call on you in the dead of the night. Anyway, yeah, that was corny. So, and these stories here are supposedly based on actual true events. We'll see. Okay. So, January of 2016, a woman in Vermont made the tragic mistake of letting two black eyed children into her home. A blizzard was raging outside when she heard a faint knocking at her door. A boy and girl stood there shivering, begging to use her phone. Unnerved by their presence, the woman nevertheless let them in and went to retrieve her phone. After the children walked into the light of the family room, the woman realized their eyes were completely black. As she stared at them in horror, her husband's nose began to bleed. At the same time that the power suddenly went out, after what felt like an eternity, the children spoke in unison, saying their parents had arrived. The woman watched as the two quietly left their house and entered a nondescript black car with a man in a suit. Not long after the strange encounter, the woman's husband was diagnosed with severe skin cancer. The woman began to suffer from regular nosebleeds and an onslaught of other medical issues. She's convinced that her failing health, along with her husband's, is the result of the black eyed children she unwittingly let into their home. Again, guys, these are based on true stories. Like these people, well, at least these people believe they experienced this. Okay. So, number two, all work and no play. In 2010, a man known as Noetic encountered two black eyed teenagers outside his place of work. It was an ordinary July night in Ohio, of course. Everything's in Ohio. And Noetic was in the middle of a night shift, craving a cigarette. Noetic stepped outside the building and noticed two teenage boys across the street. As he smoked, he realized that the boys were staring at him. Weary, Noetic returned to the safety of his cubicle and tried to refocus on his work, only to see through the security cameras that the boys had appeared in front of his building, motioning for him to come outside. Fed up, Noetic went to the door, contemplating whether or not he should call the police. As if they had read his mind, the boys insisted that such an action was unnecessary. All they needed was to use a phone. Noetic refused. He watched in horror as one of the boys continued to stare up at the security camera, while the other ventured to the back of the building, watching the cameras as though they could see what Noetic was doing. With frayed nerves, Noetic contacted the police, watching the teenagers on the video feed the entire time. When the officer arrived on the scene, he could not locate the teenagers anywhere, despite the fact that Noetic never tore his eyes away from the video feed. Interesting. I know. Damn Ohio. Everything happens in damn old Ohio. It's ridiculous. Yeah. Kind of does sound a little bit like the Silent Hill kids. That's probably where the theory came from, in your attic. That's funny. You guys are a trip. Number three, the boy by the truck. On March 17th of 2008, a 12-year-old boy had a bone-chilling experience in an outlet parking lot. While waiting in his mother's truck for his mother to finish getting a haircut, he saw a boy walking across the parking lot. Thinking it was a friend from school, the boy banged on the window until the other boy turned. Realizing it was not his friend, the boy in the truck watched in confusion as the strange kid walked up and stared through the window. The boy caught one glance at the other boy's solid black eyes and knew he was staring into the face of evil. "You must let me in," the black-eyed boy demanded. Panicked, the boy in the car crouched under the glove compartment. After several minutes, the black-eyed boy finally disappeared. When the boy's mother returned to the truck, she informed her son that the black-eyed child had come into the salon demanding the keys to her vehicle. Gee, thankfully, the boy's mother did not give in. No shit. That's crazy. Nope, nope, nope. Number four, bumps in the night. One night, a man was dozing in the spare bed in his infant's infant daughter's room when he heard a strange bump outside his house. Initially, the man thought nothing of it, believing it to be the family cat, but the thumps continued. The man checked the porch, but the cat was nowhere to be found. He then walked into the kitchen and found two figures loitering outside his front door. They knocked on the door, both were boys around 10 or 11, and gave off a pungent, moldy odor. May we use your telegraph? One of the boys said, looking up at the man. First thing I'd probably say is, what the hell's the telegraph? I mean, I know what it is, but anyway. Um, to his horror, the man realized both boys had eyes that were completely black. Ignoring the odd remark about a telegraph, the man told the boy he didn't have service in his house and shut the door. As the man slowly made his way back to his daughter's room, the two boys thumped on the walls. The man clutched his daughter to his chest as the boys incessantly knocked against the window. Their eerie eyes and awful persistence made the man too scared to fall asleep. He remained crouched on the floor of the room for several hours, fighting to ignore the knocks that occurred every couple minutes. The moment his wife's alarm went off, however, the knocking ceased and the black eyed children were nowhere to be found, or to be seen, sorry. Yeah, that's unnerving.
Just a little. What? That's unnerving. Whoa. All right. That's creepy. That's super creepy. Apparently, the black-eyed kids didn't want Dago to read that story.
I don't even know what just happened. That was weird.
That was really weird. Yep. Black-eyed kids got
That was
Dago.
very weird. Anyway, now I got myself freaked out now. Jeez, stupid
Right.
internet. Anyway, one October day, a man was what just happened?
Oh,
Over
that was
here
my
now.
printer. Sorry.
Stop that. Stop it.
Oh.
Good Lord, freaking me out.
Sorry.
One October day. I have other stuff besides reading stories, guys. I promise. I'm just trying to get you guys into the mindset of this scenario. One October day, a man was walking up to his front door when he realized that his neighbors hadn't set out his typical array of Halloween decorations. He spotted his neighbor and asked him about it. The neighbor informed him that a, that dropped too. Probably help if I would share that back with you, right? Yeah, right. Good stuff, Dago.
Yeah.
Oh, anyway, there it is. Well, maybe. Here we go. Okay. Um, that a terrifying experience the year prior deterred him from participating in Halloween that year. It was around midnight. The neighbor recounted when he heard a knock on his door, thinking it was a band of late night trick or treaters. The man grabbed a bowl of candy, shuffled to the door, swung the door open, and was about to greet the two male teens when his body became rigid with fear. Both boys had pitch black eyes, void of any white around their irises. One of the boys asked to come in and use the phone. Luckily, as he was overwhelmed with dread, the man refused. That's that. Yeah, I think that probably would make me want to step away from Halloween too. All right, so
SRB said, "Can y'all imagine the jump we would get if someone knocked on Dago's door right now?"
that could be bad. Very bad. Blink 5 times for help. Right. I will do that. Cassie said I would piss myself laughing. Thanks, Cassie. I appreciate that so very much.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, laughing at me.
I'd be
I'd
right
probably
there
do the
with
same
her.
thing. I wouldn't even speak to him, bro. I'd just throw the candy at him and shut the door. That'd be the end of it.
Yep.
One evening, a recluse living in British Columbia decided to see a scary flick. at the local movie theater. Already on edge because of the film, he leapt from his car when he heard a knock at his door that night. With each step he took the hell towards the door, the man felt a sense of dread flood down his spine. Nevertheless, something compelled him to open the door. Standing on the front porch was a beautiful teenage girl. The man guessed she was around 6 feet tall. Damn. Uh, she had beautiful blonde hair. May I enter the premises? The girl asked, looking up at the man with solid black eyes. Horrified by what he saw, the man screamed and slammed the door in her face. He marched to his bedroom, pulled a gun, and sat in a chair on the corner until morning. Hours later, the man went to retrieve his mail, and the black eyed teen was nowhere to be found. But the word soon was etched into his no. Nope, nope, no. Sorry, sorry, sorry. Not gonna happen. The ones that got in. Uh-oh.
Ooh.
On November 19th of 1992, a man was watching Evil Dead, one of my favorite movies of all time. Hopefully this doesn't change that. While his wife and children were sound asleep in their rooms upstairs, it was 1:30 a.m. Getting dark here in the UK. I hope you're not alone, Michael. And if you hear a knock at your door, don't answer it. Um, when he decided to head to bed after the movie was over, suddenly there was a loud pounding on the front door. Oh, whoa, okay. What stood behind the door would change his life forever. There stood a boy and girl, 8 and 11, respectively, who never looked up and were standing barefoot in the Michigan winter. Despite his anger, the man allowed the children to enter and allow them to phone their parents. But when he went to lend them the phone, they were gone. In the dead silence, he heard the first scream coming from one of the upstairs bedrooms. When the man reached his wife's room, he was met by the devastating sight of his wife in a pool of blood and terrifying sounds of bones snapping and flesh ripping. And he saw the bare feet of the children he had just let into his home. Before he could act, the bare feet children moved swiftly to his kids' rooms and locked the door. Oh, Despite the man's best efforts, he could not help his children and stood helpless behind the door. When the act was done, the door slowly creaked open, and there stood the barefoot children covered in blood. They stood defiantly with awful grins and eyes completely black like the devil himself. Yeah, I don't know about that one. That's crazy. Did the cat go away? In early November of 2012, a woman was up late watching a movie with her cat. Yeah, her car. When it suddenly leapt off her lap. The woman was stunned as she followed her cat into the laundry room, but the cat refused to leave from its spot between the machines. Suddenly, the woman heard knocks on her door and figured it was a late trick-or-treaters. When she opened the door, the woman was met by two children, a boy and a girl. However, there was something strange about the children who just stood there looking into her house. Not were what? Not weren't wearing costumes. Not weren't. Okay, whoever wrote that screwed that up. Not weren't wearing costumes or holding any buckets. The boy suddenly asked if the woman if her cat had left, which arose concern in the woman when the girl whispered to the woman, "We need to get inside." The boy was staring at her and grinning, feeling fearful. She noticed that their eyes were completely black. The woman shut the door and called the police. The police only found footprints that led into the forest behind the woman's home. It wasn't until months later that the woman found a makeshift bed in her gardening shed. Oh, hell no. Nope. Sorry. Um, not in the middle of nowhere. On Thanksgiving 2015 in suburban America, a woman was enjoying the holiday on her own in her house when she heard a knock. It was around 7:30 p.m. when she heard a knock on the door. Believing it to be her neighbor, she opened the door without looking. However, there stood two boys outside of her door with an eerie stance. They avoided any eye contact but kept insisting to enter the house. The woman became hesitant, which is when the older of the two boys became persistent. It is here that they finally looked up and the woman noticed that they had completely black eyes. She shut the door on them, but they continued to knock on the door. Eventually, she fell asleep during the early morning with all the lights on and the TV playing. But when woke, she found all the lights in the house were turned off and the TV filled with black and white static. There had been someone or something in her house. Nope.
Mm.
So those are little stories. Little stories. Just little stories. Again, supposedly based on true events. This is why we own guns, folks. Just saying. Do you know? Yes.
Hmm.
All right. Let's see here. One moment. All right. Move that over here. I demand proofs of the black eyed children's. Yes, I do too. 1 second. I'm working on it. Thank you, Heather. You guys are cracking me up today with this stuff. Kind of reminds me of the movie. Do you guys remember the movie The Village?
Hmm.
It had all those blonde haired kids that were born.
Mm-mm. I
Michael
probably
said
would
I
if
had
I
black
seen
eyes at
it, but
school. Yes, I think so too.
that was fine.
Hold on.
Hey, Jennifer Gilly.
What's up, Jennifer? All right. Mm-hmm. So if we go to, well, hold on. I'll go. You can go with us. All right. Now, of course, if we go to Wikipedia and read about the black eyed children, it states while tabloid coverage of these creatures has claimed that tales of black eyed children have existed since the 1980s, most sources indicate that the legend originated from 1966 postings written by Texas reporter Brian Bethel on a ghost related mailing list relating to alleged encounters with black eyed kids. Bethel describes encountering two such children in Abilene, Texas in 1996, and claims that a second person had similar unrelated encounter in Portland, Oregon. Bethel's stories have become regarded as classic examples of creepypasta and gained such popularity that he published a fact just to keep up with demand for more info about the new urban legend. In 2012, Brian Bethel told his story on reality TV series Monsters and Mysteries in America, which I watch. He wrote a follow up article for the Abilene Reporter News describing his experience and maintaining his belief that it was legitimate. In 2012, horror film The Black Eyed Kids, I did see that too, was produced with Kickstarter funding. Its director commenting that the creepy children were an urban legend that's been floating around on the internet for years now. I always thought it was fascinating in a 2013 episode of MSN's Weekly Strange that featured reports of black eyed children. It's thought to have helped spread the legend on the internet. During one week in September 2014, the British tabloid Daily Star ran three sensationalistic front page stories about alleged sightings of black eyed children connected to the sale of a supposedly haunted pub in Staffordshire. Sorry. The paper claimed a shock rise in sightings around the world. Alleged sightings are taken seriously by ghost hunters, some of who believe black-eyed children to be extraterrestrials, vampires, or ghosts. Science writer Sharon Hill was unable to find any documentation of black-eyed child encounters, concluding that the tales are passed on as friend of a friend ghost stories. Hill considers the legend to resemble typical spooky folklore stories, such as the Phantom Black Dog, um, where the subject is not supernatural and there may have been an actual or original encounter. Snopes rates tales of black-eyed children as a legend and cites an Enquester article that advised readers to file black-eyed children under the same heading as Bigfoot. Believe it if you like, but realize that there is no evidence of their existence. Just subjective testimony that ranges from reasonable to suspiciously fame whoring, for lack of better terms, I guess. So there's that. Okay. Moving on. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. Now, one second here. All right. There it comes. Starting to cooperate. A little bit.
Creepy video claiming to show tiny hands reaching out from underneath these floorboards for real? Or is it just another special effects prank? I've got the answer to that quick-fingered video, plus the answers to a whole bunch of other suspicious photos and videos that you guys sent in. Like this picture claiming to show a girl with the mouth of a dog, a photo of what appears to be a sunken boat preserved in solid ice, a photo claiming to show a bizarre fish with wings, and that doesn't even include the big story this week, which has definitely given me a case of the heebie-jeebies. A picture that claims to show a ghostly black-eyed kid actually caught on camera. This show's got more mysteries than a magician's closet, so don't go away. Hey guys, Bill here. You know, if an innocent-looking child knocked on your door and said, "Hey, I'm in trouble, can you help me out?" I'm
Yes,
sure you
Michael.
would put your best foot forward and do whatever you can, right? But what if that innocent-looking kid talked in a creepy monotone, had eyes that were completely black, and insisted you let him come inside? Think you might have second thoughts about being a good Samaritan? I know I would. This photo, claiming to show a black-eyed kid, was originally sent in by Charles Sarad, Vivian Rose, and Blobfish, just to name a few. They all basically wrote, "Bill, are black-eyed kids real?" Well, guys, to be honest, I've never actually heard of black-eyed children, much less seen this photo. So you got my interest. Taking a closer look at the picture, the first thing we notice is, of course, the completely blacked out eyes, including the sclera, or white part of the eye. But there is something weird about this picture. I mean, it looks more like a painting than a photo. A quick reverse image lookup leads to Wikipedia. Here we learn this is not a real picture, but rather an artist's impression of a black-eyed child. Okay, so this picture is a fake. I guess that's mystery solved. Show's over. Time to go home. Not exactly, because you didn't think I was going to let it go that easily, did you? I mean, I think what everybody's really asking here is, are black-eyed children real or not? You don't have to be Sherlock Holmes to deduce there are hundreds of articles and videos discussing black-eyed kids. A quick search on Google will get more hits than you'll ever have time to look at. And with that level of information out there, I mean, it's got to mean there's something going on, don't you think? Most recorded encounters with black-eyed kids usually follow the same pattern. A human-looking entity with pure black eyes approaches someone at home or in their car asking to be let in. They speak in flat, robotic tones, but grow increasingly agitated and insistent when they're not invited inside. The exact origin of the black-eyed kids phenomena is really hard to pin down, but the first reported sighting came from a reporter in Texas named Brian Bethel in 1996. In an interview with Dan LaFave at the YouTube channel called Strange Chronicles, Mr. Bethel tells a story of encountering two kids outside a movie theater.
Then all of a sudden, of course, I hear a knock on the door.
The kids wanted to see the movie Mortal Kombat, but forgot their money at home. They wanted Brian to give them a ride there so they could get their money. It was at that moment that Bethel noticed the kids had what he called cloak black eyes. He suddenly felt momentarily paralyzed with fear. Soon coming to his senses, he quickly drove away in a panic. Now, in the interview, Brian says he's a journalist by trade, so it would not be wise for him to fabricate this story as it would damage his reputation. What he didn't say is that he's a student of the occult, and a large part of his writing focuses on paranormal subjects. That is not what I would call an unbiased witness. Brian wrote up his story and posted it to a chat board called Alt Folklore Ghost Stories in 1997. Now, skeptics who responded to Brian's story put forth the idea that the kids he encountered were just wearing black contacts and involved in some kind of prank. Others claim the black eyes were indicative of drug use, which often caused pupils to dilate. But a woman named Raven, who replied to Brian's story, noted that there are black-eyed children also present in ancient Irish folklore. They are believed to be changelings or evil fairies left in place of human children stolen by unknown creatures from the spirit realm. This is kind of a tough one. I mean, on the surface, to me, it looks like a grade A BFF, and you know what that means. But on the other hand, how am I going to prove it? I mean, if we're not careful, this is going to end up an unknown, and that would be very unfortunate. But hey, you know what I always say here at Bill's channel? When the going gets tough, the tough turn to the chewy piranhas. Not only are they a great research team, but they also happen to be the people who gave me this, the official answer. Now, if you watch this show regularly, you know I never reveal what's in here until you tell me what you got going on up there, okay? Now, when I say go, what I want you to do is yell out as loud as you can, either real or fake, okay? Now, if you can't do that, it's okay to pause the video, go to the comment section, leave your answer there, then come back here and play the rest of the video to see if you're right or not. Now, a third way to go is just to vote right up here. You ready? And go. Okay, did you vote? Good, because in just a few seconds, we're going to be opening up the official answer here. But before we do that, I just want to go over a couple other puzzling photos and videos that you guys sent in. First up is this photo claiming to show a human female with the mouth of a dog. Eaton sent this one in and asked, hey, Bill, is this real or fake? Well, Eaton, I'm not really sure why you think this could be real, but just to make sure we're all on the same page, the official answer is fake. It was created for a Photoshop contest focused on putting animal mouths on people. This picture actually was the winning photo submitted by an artist named Mandrake. The woman in the photo is Anne Hathaway, and we now know the mouth belongs to a Boston Terrier thanks to Facebook warrior Marinus Kramer.
Okay. So there's that. And again, guys, it's all up to your interpretation. There have been multiple sightings in Texas, mostly. It's happened here in Ohio a couple different times, but mostly, like I said, most of it has come out of Texas. Now, of course, it all started with, you know, oh my God, with the ads. I'm sorry, you guys. There's nothing I can do about it. I've tried. 1 second here. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you guys Brian Bethel's interview. Okay, this is where this came from. This is where it started at. And again, all up to your interpretation. And then we're going to move on to the melon heads. I'm getting lots of ads and I've lost chat. Okay, hold on a minute. This is so ridiculous. I swear to God. Are you still in here, Mama Bear?
Yeah, I'm cracking up.
You're what? Cracking up?
I'm cracking up, yeah.
Why? What's the matter?
Stevie said sometimes I zone out and watch ads for like 15 minutes. I'm like, I've done that so many times.
Nice. Okay, let me see if I can just
Like,
completely.
wait, what was I watching? Because I wasn't watching commercials. What the?
Right. Let me try something here. Okay, so now let me do this. Let's see if this works. Okay. All right, I can focus on your live stream and let YouTube know. Okay, so that's done.
North Carolina Mountain Man. It doesn't. The ads don't pay that much, so it really doesn't matter if they watch them.
All right, well, I completely locked them out now. I took the monetization off of the channel for that to see if it'll stop. So my apologies again. I'm doing what I can do. I don't know why they're doing it so aggressively. It's crazy. All right. Here we go. Let's try this. Hopefully that stopped it. We'll see. Okay. I'm starting to think that's their advertisement way of forcing people to get the YouTube premium.
Probably.
I think that's exactly what it is.
I just got an ad blocker and I donated $1. You can donate however much you want.
Okay. Well, that's cool.
I donated $1 and it blocks all my ads on everything.
Nice. Either way. All right,
Cheaper.
let's see what happens here. Yes.
tell you about black-eyed kids today.
I'm glad we had the chance to meet, Brian. Looking back after we first started talking about your encounter years ago, I started doing some research and I realized how much your story at the time, which happened almost 20 years ago, I realized at the time how much your story is circulated. But in meeting you, I wanted to get down and personal to find out what that experience was like. Can you tell me that?
Sure. It was and remains the most frightening experience of my life. I think about it all the time. I drive by that movie theater where it happened practically every day.
You just live a few miles from there.
And every time I drive by on my way to work or wherever I'm going, I cast a glance over and I remember. And it's something that I can't control even. It's just an automatic response because this event is so ingrained in my memory. It makes me frightened even to think about it. And
you're going to retell the story every time.
It never changes. You would think that I've told this story probably now, I don't know how many hundreds of times to people. Sometimes informally, sometimes in a formal setting like this. It never changes. There's always that moment where it flashes back into your mind and you're right there re-experiencing it all over again. I mean, it really is a sort of post-traumatic stress kind of thing, almost a response. And I don't panic nearly as much as I did at some points in the past, but there's still fear involved in this.
Even to retell the story.
And
I imagine it does cause you to shake just, thinking about that night.
Well, I mean, I do believe that I was literally a razor's edge away from death. And people may think that that's dramatic. People may think that that's overwrought, but I don't. I mean, I was there. I know what I experienced. I know what I felt. I know that what I saw was correct. My eyes were not deceiving me. My emotions and my intuition certainly were not deceiving me.
And since that time, like you said, you've done numerous interviews, different perspectives. You've been on television talking about this. And you've also run into skeptics. I mean, we know about skeptics.
Plenty, yes, plenty. And of course, the first thing they go to is that these contacts are available and people can put them in their eyes and whatnot. And that's true. But this was also a fairly long time ago when, you might be, Michael Jackson or somebody might be able to get some of those, for a video or whatever, with Thriller and his custom contacts. But he talked about, I remember reading an interview with that, how much that hurt his eyes to have those in for even just a few minutes. I mean, so these kids, I don't think that they're running around at the time, with a pair of $500 contacts each in their pocket, to just pull a prank on a dude in a car.
Those contacts, and that's what most people don't realize. And when I did my research, that's kind of things I started thinking about. I started thinking about nearly 20 years ago, what even existed as far as Hollywood prosthetics, that they use in horror movies nowadays. And nowadays, you see these types of things. They're relatively available to the public. But back in the day, they didn't exist except to Hollywood.
Right.
And so a couple of 9 to 12-year-olds wandering around in a parking lot are not
Exactly.
Not gonna,
97.
yeah, they're not going to have these
96.
things. And besides that, even before I noticed this effect or whatever, there was this fear response that kicked in immediately. It was completely irrational. And at the time I thought, this doesn't make any sense. Why am I? There's no reason for me to be frightened of these kids, but it just kept going and going and going and getting worse and worse and worse until finally the big reveal at the end. And I I don't know. I mean, it was really just one of the most.
Incredible, I guess you could say.
It was
Right.
so frightening. I mean, it was just so absolutely frightening, and to know that you're being almost, I felt like hunted in a way by these kids. I mean, it was that was what really bothered me in the end. I mean, I felt like that I had been almost some sort of a prey animal, in a way for these guys.
Now, a lot of our viewers probably don't truly understand what it is you might have encountered, and obviously you don't.
Right.
It was very, very strange. The common term that a lot of people use, just for our viewers, is what we refer to as BECS, black-eyed children. Right. That's the term we use now to more or less label them, but we really don't know what they are.
Right. And that term comes from my original story where I was being a little flip in the beginning. Didn't know what I would call it, those darn black-eyed kids or something.
Right.
And I was trying to.
You're just referring to their eyes.
But people really locked onto that for some reason, and whether I like it or not, that's the official acronym.
What just to describe to the viewers here on YouTube, because there are other stories out there, other encounters that people have had since those days, and there were encounters even before you had, but it wasn't as well documented. Just explain a little bit to the viewers. Obviously the eyes, but there were other features too that stood out.
Right. Well, I mean, there was a little bit of a. I mean, even though, like I said, there was the guy who was doing all the talking had a sort of olive complected skin. There was still something about it. I would say
and
a
you're
little bit
remembering right now when you close your eyes, right?
A little bit of a pallor about them. I mean, there was something that didn't really register. I mean, in retrospect, looking back, and I've known other people who have seen them who said that they're very pale, or there's sometimes they can even see veins and whatnot. But also there was just this, especially the one who was speaking, he was so practiced, I guess, in the way that he was talking to me. I mean, I interview kids all the time, and most of the time, especially even up into that age, they're kind of awkward and halting and not really very confident. Especially when you tell them that you're going to be writing down everything they say or whatever, or videotaping them, and they don't talk like this. Okay, this kid could have sold cars. I mean, this kid should have been selling things, but he was just so smooth and practiced and whatnot. Hey, mister, we need a ride. And, not in any sense of, it was very direct. And there was this sort of sense of almost control about it. I mean, in terms of he wasn't initially menacing, but there was this sort of directness, about the words and the diction and whatnot. And so it was really, that was something that I noticed, because I mean, at that point you really start to understand that you are in that's when I think that I started to become suspicious.
Right.
I mean,
that something's not right here.
That this doesn't add up. The words coming out of this kid's mouth and the way that he's able to use them and manipulate them, and even something about the rise and the fall of the way he was speaking, his diction and whatnot. I mean, it was almost kind of quasi hypnotic in a way.
Not human.
Yeah.
Actually, I guess if you were to tell
and it was really at that point that I think that's when my mind clicked on and said, pay attention. And I try to pay attention most of the time anyway. I'm a newspaper reporter and I'm supposed to remember details and all these sorts of things. And So at that point, I really kind of started looking at these kids. The curly headed one, of course, did all the talking. The freckle faced kid who was in the background didn't say anything. And he kind of had this sort of blank expression on his face. Not that he was not expressive in any way, but I mean, he was just sort of hanging back and watching to see what was going to happen.
He wasn't a leader.
Yeah. The only time that he actually had an expression on his face is when I was trying to get out of there, and it was a look of absolute confusion, as if this just does not happen commonly. You know,
as if in a sense that they're programmed in a
Yeah.
sense, but all of a sudden the program is not running the way
Right.
that they want it to run.
Right. I mean, or you know, things usually run in a certain way for them, and most people don't see past the illusion or what have you, or something. I don't know. I'm projecting a lot there, but that's the way that I feel that's what that look meant to me. It's like we've been found out.
All right, all right, all right, all right. Sorry, guys. So, um, now, so is it myth, reality? Somebody do one too many drugs? Is that where it started? It seems odd that it started in the 90s to me. That's not typically something you would think that you would find. Uh, you know, that type of a thing to be started off in the middle of the 90s somewhere. Can you guys hear me? Are you there, Mama Bear? Hello? Hello? Aha. Okay, she's not here right now. Can you guys hear me? Okay, okay. Scared me for a minute there. But anyway, like I said, something like that I wouldn't think would be um so new. You know what I mean?
I'm here.
I hear you now. So, moving forward. now we're gonna now we're gonna talk about the melon heads. Now this happens within Ohio, Michigan typically is where it's been seen and where they've been seen, I should say, and so on and so forth. How do I always end up on the other side of you when I get knocked out of here? That's so weird.
I don't know, but it's weird.
Yeah, there's definitely folklore about the black-eyed children if you guys want to bring it up. But yeah, there's a little bit more to it, but again, it's up to what you think, you know. But next we have stop passing notes. Pay attention. Eyes forward. Just kidding.
Whatever. Is there a
They're not
difference between the black-eyed children and the
the
children of the
children of the
corn?
corn. Yes, there is. The
Okay.
black-eyed children have black eyes, and their function is, you know, whatever that is. The children of the corn was a fictional story that they don't like adults and no adults can live, um, around them. That they run everything. He who walks behind the rose is the one that they worshipped, some kind of a corn god or something like that, and that's what took it over. So that's where that came from. Yes, I've heard that too, Rondi. Probably was. Whatever happened to Blind Melon? Well, Shannon, the lead singer, passed away, and from what I understand, they didn't go very far after that. Iowa. I think it was Iowa is where Children of the Corn was from. Or did they make that in White Castle Rock too? I think it was a town over from Castle Rock is where that was supposedly held. That story took place. So
Winters, fearing outside contact.
okay, so going forward with the Melon Heads. Matthew's from Children of the Corn. You're crazy, Brandy. Anyway, here we go.
Often in the undeveloped space between a couple of towns. Short, perhaps 3 feet tall, with oversized heads, these malevolent beings known as melon heads are rumored to have manifest in parts of Michigan, Ohio, and Connecticut. Tonight, however, we will focus solely on the incidents surrounding Fairfield County and the southwestern corner of Connecticut. The Constitution State is a bit of an oddball when it comes to paranormal encounters. Despite its high population density, strange phenomenon occurs frequently. Stories of the Melonheads are common to a dozen surrounding towns, but are most prominently witnessed in the Easton, Shelton, Trumbull, and Monroe area. The legend of the Melonheads holds that there was an asylum for the criminally insane erected in the mid-1800s, somewhere near the border of Trumbull and Monroe. One autumn, a group of the detained started a fire and burnt down the asylum. Afterwards, the wreckage was searched. All of the staff were identified and believed to be burnt alive, but a handful of the institutionalized were left unaccounted for. Those who escaped knew that re-entering one of the nearby towns would only lead to recapture, so rather than return to society, these misfits chose to remain extremely secluded. The risk of being caught made it near impossible to farm, so these individuals scraped by eating wildlife, which became scarce during the harsh Connecticut winters. Fearing outside contact, they quickly turned to inbreeding for procreation. The combination of cannibalism, malnutrition, and rapid inbreeding created a subspecies of human with physical deformities, mental retardation, and a penchant for violence. The infamous Velvet Street is a 1.5-mile stretch of dirt road that leads from Trumbull into Monroe. Due to its eerie atmosphere, local residents now refer to the road as Dracula Drive. Coincidentally, this stretch is heavily wooded and close to the Easton Reservoir, a perfect source for drinking water. Since the 1920s, stories of the Melonheads have popped up in the region. Megan Connell, a student from Notre Dame High School in Fairfield, Connecticut, went with a group of friends to visit Velvet Street in hopes of finding a good scare. With music blaring, the girls turned onto a narrow dirt path. About midway, they parked and switched off the engine, music, and lights. Then, Megan led her friends into the woods with the intention of finding a melonhead. The girls had not gotten very far when they heard the sound of a car starting up. A brief moment later, the horn blared, lights flashed, and the car came barreling towards them. The girls had barely noticed what was going on when they scrambled out of the way. The 6 watched in complete shock as Megan's car rumbled past. Inside, they could plainly see a cluster of deformed, large-headed beings. One Jeffrey Walter recounts an incident when he was 10 years old. It was an early autumn night, around 10 p.m., when he heard his dog bark and ran outside to see what was going on. Upon arrival, he found his dog lying on the ground bleeding. He looked towards the woods and saw what appeared to be a small figure with very pale skin and a large head. When the creature saw him, it ran into the woods. The next morning, he went out to try to follow the tracks, but they stopped at a nearby creek. Other accounts of the melon heads include sightings of singular severed deer legs on the side of the road. Lone bikers and runners have disappeared from the area without any trace save for a bike or backpack. There are even stories of people being pulled out from the inside of their vehicles. Whatever creatures exist on Velvet Street, it is clear that they want to be left alone and have no problem resorting to violence in order to keep their presence a secret.
All right, all right. Now, check this out. Kind of like Hills Have Eyes, Wrong Turn type stuffy, kind of in that realm area, maybe a little bit. But anyway, here we
Sweet.
go. Huh?
I said sweet.
Yeah, I've heard that about Indiana a lot.
What about Indiana?
Melon
We can't
heads.
keep our prisoners in jail. What?
No, I can't. Another manhunt we're going to be jumping into pretty soon, I'm sure. They have been cited in Michigan, Ohio, Connecticut. Check this out.
Now to a special and spooky 3 News Halloween investigation into a Northeast Ohio urban legend about a group of creatures that still go bump in.
Now, mind you, this is about 25 minutes from me, okay?
In the night, should you find yourself in Lake County.
3 News investigator Rachel Polanski went searching for the melon heads.
It was a dark and stormy night. Probably. Sometime in the 1970s. Or so they say. When strange creatures with abnormally large, bald heads are said to have roamed the woods of Northeast Ohio. And legend has it, they're still lurking today.
We are in Kirtland, Ohio, and down in the deep, deep woods off of Wisner Road.
That's Amy Kapostasi with the Lake County Historical Society. We enlisted her help to share the story of the melon heads.
They could be dangerous if they wanted to be.
Frightful appearance aside, Amy tells us there are.
Now, this is truly based on true facts. Wisner Road was very well known for getting glimpses of these things off in the side of the woods areas, and driving down the road, you might see one of these things run around in the woods or something like that. But if anybody ever tried to approach it, they would bolt. So this is based on true events, folks, that people have seen these things. No lie.
Are 2 popular legends of how the melon heads came to be. They both involve a man named Dr. Crow.
He was a mad scientist and had these orphans that came to his property, and he was doing procedures, and that at one time the kids got so tired of being abused by Dr. Crow and his wife that they lit the house on fire and burned Dr. Crow to death. And then from there they realized that they didn't have a place to go, so they took to the woods.
That's one theory. In the other, the government was responsible for doing experiments on the children, which resulted in their large heads. Then the kids were sent to Kirtland.
So they showed up at Dr. Crow's house in the middle of the night, and he and his wife took care of the children. Dr. Crow died of natural causes in his home. The house caught on fire, and again, the kids were alone and took to basically living in the woods.
In both stories, it said that mean-spirited locals began calling the children melonheads because of their swollen heads. And over the years, the nickname stuck. So too did the reported sightings, most of which Amy says happen at night.
Do you think that melon heads exist today?
I hope not, and if they do, I hope we don't see any out here. And I would tell you, if you want to come through Kirtland and see them, I would not stop and want to take a selfie with them.
Well, you heard it from the historian. If these melon heads do exist, they come out at night. We are not going to stick around to find out. Reporting in Kirtland, I'm Rachel Polanski for 3 News.
No, I'm not related to them, for those of you that are about to ask.
I would never.
No, I figured somebody will. And no, I've never seen one myself because, like I said, the sightings have not been as strong as they were in the 70s and early 80s, but there have been a few sightings of them still.
And these aren't
Um,
just kids with hydrocephalia.
hydrocephalitis,
Yeah.
hydrocephalitis. Yeah, no. Um, that's what it was based on, but then that whole story about the doctor that was crazy that was doing wicked experiments popped up,
Hmm.
and he was goofy crazy.
Mm.
That was known. Um, I don't know. I don't know. um, and then there was something that happened in like 1990. I can't remember. It had something to do with. Yeah. Hold on one second, folks. Be right back.
Chris, what's cute? The melon heads are cute. Wow, Chris. Right, Randy. Randy.
All right. Sorry about that. My water guy was here. So, in Kirtland, Ohio, in 90 or 91, there was bodies that were found. Okay. And it had something to do with, there was this thing called the Lundgren cult. And I do believe that's the truth behind how that went down. And they tried to blame it on these melon heads and blah, 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 so on and so forth. If I can find something about that, I'll show it to you. But um, trying to find there was a sighting too. Here, hold on. This might be it. Ohio's got a lot of crazy, weird shit, folks. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, that's why Dago lives there.
Hmm. I think I am a melon head, maybe.
You feel right at home with all the crazies, don't you?
Hmm. Banana head, melon head, tomato head. True. What are you saying? Saying which is true. What's true? I'll show you if I can find it. We definitely have melon heads on Congress. You are correct, Paladin. Um, the Lundgren cult thing was that's a true thing. If I can find it, I will show you. Pearl, yeah. Ohio has some really crazy shit here, folks. We have probably the most haunted of everything, I think. Well, crap, I shouldn't have left because I know it. Well, you said that, Brandy, not me. I love you so very much. I love you so very much. Yes. Oh, Ohio's got some crazy shit going on, folks. And again, this is where Jeffrey Dahmer was born and raised. Quite a few other wackos. So yeah, you know, I've heard that too. We actually have a story of the blue man here. That story, I've never seen any proof, obviously. But supposedly that my parents and aunts and grandfather and grandmother told me this story that there was a guy that used to work for the local Ohio Edison that they ended up being called the Blue Man because he was working on power lines one day, like a transformer or some shit, got electrocuted, blown off the wire, okay, and survived and walked around glowing for the rest of his life. Kind of a blue tint. And I just looked at him like, okay, you want to tell me something else now?
They're called Smurfs.
Yeah, right. They all laughed, but said it was true. I said, so you guys saw this guy when you were younger, walking around glowing blue. Right. Okay. They told me this when I was like 13 years old. I said, whatever you say. My mother and my aunt both say, they swear to God. I'm like, how did he survive? First of all, how did his heart not stop? You know, whatever. So anyway, moving forward with this sighting. Somebody spotted a big head. That's all I can say.
Oh, just heading back from fishing today. I've been hearing some weird things.
That's a great question.
I don't know. Just my imagination. Just keep going. What was that?
Yeah, go easy. Heather loves her some Bigfoot.
What the hell was that? What the hell was that?
I don't know what this guy saw. I didn't see nothing. Whatever.
I thought it was the sound. I was gonna say the dog farted or something.
Mm-hmm. That's what it kind of sounded like. But anyway, that was the supposed sighting of this thing that nobody saw when he did that. You know how that goes. And can you hold this fort for 1 second? It's Mrs. Dago calling me.
Of course. Michael, what are you saying ew for? That's not nice, Paladin. Them kids. Kids are so mean. Why? Watch out for one-legged dogs. Oh. Pearl, you heard something that felt like a fart? How did you hear something and feel it? What? Right? What's things with me? Felt? You heard something that felt like a fart. You're gonna have to explain that one, Pearl, honey. Chris. See, I think it was the dog. I really do. Yeah. I'm sorry, but fart jokes are still funny, especially with my kids in public.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
Funny.
Wait, what?
Huh?
What'd
I
you
was
say?
talking it where'd it go? Chris said, "Look at us adults still making fart jokes." I said, "I'm sorry, but fart jokes are funny, especially when, we're in public with my kids."
Okay.
Everybody else thought it was funny.
Sure thing. If you think it's funny, then it's funny. Okay.
Oh,
So
don't you
this
play innocent.
this is this what are you talking about? Play innocent. I don't have gas problems, so
Hmm.
I've
Mhm.
never done that. I've never do you remember when Heather said to me one time out of nowhere, completely random, she said, Dago, I just realized I've never heard you fart before.
Do you remember
And I was like, what in the actual what? Where did that even come from? As if you should expect to hear that. You know what I mean? I'm thinking like, where did this even come from, Heather?
There's a weirdo.
It's like, yeah, you're right. You haven't, because I haven't, like what the hell? I don't know. Whatever. That was interesting to say the least. I remember
Yeah,
that day.
that
Just
was
like, where did
hilarious.
you even come from with this? And what I wanted to know was what was Heather doing that she was sitting there thinking about
Right?
me farting? Do you know what I mean? How did that even get into her head? That's what I was wondering. Like, Heather, what are you doing today that's a thought that you'd be thinking of, you know?
Exactly.
No
Heather's a
idea.
weirdo.
I love it. I love all of you guys, but that one blew my mind that day. I was just like, yeah, you're right. You haven't, because you're probably not going to ever, hopefully. Heather said I've spent too much too much time on lives with you and never heard even an accidental one. I just don't. You're right. There's reasons for that. Even an accidental one, because we've spent a lot of time together for 2 years and it's never happened. So, I mean, luckily I've never heard her do it either. So, not that I could, but Kim, we can talk about Uranus as long as we're not talking about my anus. That was funny, Chris. Good one. They used to take a picture of the toilet. Back when I was in the drama community, it was a big joke when I would get up to leave the computer for something, and I would come back, and everybody would be like, "Did you use air freshener? Do you have enough toilet paper?" It was always that I was doing that. It was a huge thing. So, who knows? Dago does it when he shuts his cam down. Right. That's probably it. Yeah. As soon as I shut everything down, I just rip ass all across the house. That's what usually happens. Now, I just don't have gas issues ever, really. It's very rare. It does happen. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm human, but not as often as people probably would think. So this is the what I was telling you guys about with the cult scenario, the Lungren cult. That people at first started to blame this on the melon heads attacking people or doing whatever. Um, that was good, buddy. Went in session for the record, eh? Yes. So, this was the news story about this. It was in 1990. I was correct. I found it. I couldn't believe I could find it that quick. But this is the story about these bodies that were found in Kirtland. They tried to blame it on. Initially, it was tried to be. People were blaming it on these melonhead people. Attacking, eating, killing people, blah 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 blah. And then they found out the truth was that we had a cult out here that was doing this, which is not surprising. Ohio's had a lot of cults. and real deal stuff going on, kind of like the stuff we were just looking at with the Delphi case. So I will let you hear it. This, I'll let you hear this. Nothing else. Just so you know. Okay. Boom. There we go.
Bodies that have been found in a common grave in the basement of this barn along Route 6. Police, firemen, and federal alcohol, tobacco, and firearms agents spent the entire day sifting through the grave. The body of a man was found last night, 2 or 3 others this afternoon, and the search goes on at this hour. Now, here's what we know. 17 members of a religious cult headed by Jeff Lundgren left the church about 2 years ago. Lundgren was a lay minister and volunteer tour guide at the Kirtland Temple. Dale Luffman is president of the local church.
He saw himself as the spiritual leader, and from the reports we've received from persons who kind of picked up from things that members of that community referred to him, they referred to him as their prophet.
Lundgren left
I'll be right back, Mama Bear.
After he was threatened with excommunication because of his teachings. Police sources tell me Lundgren and his cult then planned to take over the temple using automatic weapons and taking hostages if they had to. Lundgren reportedly wanted to hold on to the temple until the second coming of Christ.
We're in very close discussion with the law authorities, and they helped us to understand that we needed to be careful about our own personal activities.
Then back last April, FBI agents and police surrounded the farmhouse and questioned the group. That's when the plot fell apart. Dennis and Cheryl Avery wanted out. I'm told that's when the Averys and their 3 little girls were executed, their bodies buried in the barn. The cult left Kirtland, and I'm told it broke up just last month. An informant told federal authorities in Kansas City last week exactly where the bodies were buried. In Kirtland, I'm Bill Yunkin, Eyewitness News.
Why, hello, David James. How are you, sir?
Hello, David.
It's about what are they called?
Melon heads.
Yeah, melon heads. I
This
still
is
have
the
lemons
story
stuck
about.
in my head. Thanks, Kim.
This here is the story about the cult that was in the same area as the melon heads and why it was blamed and so on and so forth.
It's probably maybe in the nation.
Doris Straka lives near this farm. She was one of the first to notice when the Lundgren family and the brood that lived with them on the property vanished. She and another neighbor finally went over one day to look after the animals, the few that had been left behind, and she's been confused ever since. All she knows is that the kids were nice kids, playing on the lawn, helping out with the chores. She knew especially well Damon, shown here in the Kirtland High School yearbook, and Damon's younger brother, Jason.
They were always polite, nice, well-spoken, normal kids.
Since the Lundgren family disappeared, stories have circulated here in Kirtland. The police scene today became a popular attraction. People who couldn't believe something so horrible could happen in their community.
It is hard to believe that, I've passed this place 100 times, and never, thinking.
But of course, Kirtland, Ohio is the perfect place for such a confrontation by Jeff Lundgren. This is the birthplace of 2 religions. Joseph Smith founded the Latter-day Saints in this church back in 1836. This is holy ground to his followers. The Mormons eventually broke off with Brigham Young and traveled to Utah. Those behind espoused a different theology and called themselves the Reorganized Church of the Latter-day Saints. It was within this faith that Jeff Lundgren tried to promote himself to prophet. And once pressured out, it was against this church that Lundgren wanted to exact his revenge. Whether his revenge led to murder is still being investigated. In Kirtland, Rebecca Shaw, Eyewitness News.
One body at a time. Slowly, paramedics and firemen carried the 5 out of the barn tonight. It took about 8 hours for local police and federal agents to dig through the floor of the barn and exhume the bodies.
It's total mud, flood, clay.
Police aren't saying how they were killed, but the killer had gagged and bound the victims with electrical duct tape. They were then buried under a layer of clay. a layer of stone, and a layer of dirt. Police believe the family was killed and buried in April of 1989. For a year and 9 months, the Kirtland Police Department has been investigating several families who lived together in this house, including the Averys and Jeff Lundgren's family. Police believe Lundgren is the leader of a religious cult responsible for the killings. The FBI stepped into the investigation just before April after members of the group began threatening Mormon church officials in Kirtland, Kansas City, and Utah. ATF joined the investigation because police believed the cult was stocking up on firearms.
No, there was some mention of paramilitary activities. The individuals that were here complained that
They were
indicated they were
talking about
survivors
it.
teachers,
Ended up being like
and
another David
they did
Koresh
practice their
scenario.
survival trades or sports, and they did have weapons. But we examined them. One reason that the one federal agency assisted us was that we wanted to find out if there were any automatic weapons, and there were not.
Police say between 10 and 27 people were living in the house at one time. They're going to continue investigating tomorrow morning to see if there are more bodies.
Like many followers of the teachings of the Reorganized Church of Latter-day Saints, Jeff Lundgren, his family, and friends moved here from Missouri. The church was founded in Kirtland, and it was a religious experience to work in the temple. Lundgren became a lay minister in addition to volunteering time acting as a tour guide for visitors. But church leaders like Dale Luffman says he changed. He started preaching the Bible according to his own desires.
Kind of made up the rules as he went. And what was most...
Yeah, this guy, I remember this. I was 16. Yeah, I was 16. I remember my grandmother was freaking out. My mother. This guy was preaching Waco. Yes, Michael. He was preaching like as a preacher would, and reading from the Bible and changing words in the Bible and reading and changing descriptions in the Bible and saying them differently than they were, and saying that this is that he. I remember this. This is where my grandmother went nuts. That he was saying that he was told by God that this is the way it was supposed to be, not the way it was written. So that's why he was saying it like he was. Oh my God, it was crazy. Crazy. Anybody that lived out here or lives out, this is my hometown, folks. Anybody that lives out here is from this area should remember this quite well. We got on the map from this. It was pretty interesting.
Important was
amongst
what he
other
said.
things.
His group of followers broke from the church and became known as the Lundgren Commune, operating out of the farmhouse and barn along Route 6.
I would say it was very much cult-like. He saw himself as the spiritual leader.
Dennis and Cheryl Avery and their 3 daughters were among his followers.
They were a family that needed somebody to kind of tell them what to do and when to do it, and it seemed, and I think Jeff fulfilled that.
I've been told Lundgren even convinced some followers to turn over entire paychecks to him.
Seemed to be the best kept secret in town. I still think it is, probably maybe in the nation.
Doris Stratka lives across the street from the farmhouse. She said the Lundgrens and others living there kept to themselves. But last April, neighbors knew something was wrong when police and FBI agents questioned Lundgren and his followers. That action came because of death threats and rumors that Lundgren and his followers were planning to overthrow the Kirtland Church and hold the temple until the second coming of Christ. Church leaders were warned by lawmen to be careful. I've been told.
Yes, that was. One second. Are you there, Mama Bear? There's somebody
Yep.
at my door. Somebody at my door again. One
It's the
second.
black-eyed children. Careful. Careful. What's up, cowboy? Mm. Why is there an echo again? It could be a Melon head. Do you guys hear the echo?
Give me 1 second, Mama Bear. This is kind of important. I'm sorry.
Okay. Now I don't want to talk. Echo. Oh, I don't think you want me to sing. Glowing blue. I can't figure it out. I think it was in the 80s today. That's not too bad. Yeah, it's 80 degrees right now. Nice. I'm gonna try and go out and come back in, guys. So I'll be right back. There's still an echo. Can you guys hear me?
All right, I'm sorry. I guess there was a gas leak. Um,
Oh, yikes.
and yeah, sorry about that.
Okay.
Anyway, that's why I said it's kind of important. I had to deal with it real quick. Today's been a stupid ass busy day. So anyway,
Right. So there's the
that's the end
echo
of that.
gone, guys. I hope it's gone. I don't
Back
hear it
to the-
anymore. Okay.
I didn't know there was one.
Yes. Okay. Oh. Yeah, it was like gone. I don't know. It was weird. So I went out and came back in. Yay. Because I hate hearing myself talk back to me.
Oh yeah, you don't like to talk back to yourself.
Nope.
Okay. Dago. You mad at me? Sorry, Shelly. Like I said, I had to make sure that my house didn't blow up. So that's all. No big deal.
Um, they're called Melonhead
Yeah,
monsters.
we already know Moonlit Baby.
Please don't narrate this, please. No, don't narrate. Alright, so we are...
What'd you say?
Oh, Moonlit brought up Kevin Mason, the
Yeah, you.
the guy on the run here in Indiana. Yay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was an actual leak, I guess, and it's not. It wasn't on my house. It was in the gas line that runs down the road. But they said that they were trying to pinpoint exactly whose house it was affecting. I guess mine and my neighbors would blow up, could have blown up if they, whatever. The way he explained it to me, so I'm like, yeah, I guess that's kind of important. Hold on. So anyway, they're fixing it right this moment, so we're good.
Oh, good.
And it's not directly in front of my house; it's in between my house and my neighbor's house. So, and I'm like, how does that happen? It's underground. He's like, just old piping, and I said, yeah. He goes, yeah, they're supposed to replace it every so many years, and I was like, yeah. And he goes, yeah, and then he kind of giggled, and he was like, so this one hasn't been replaced since 1962.
Oh, kind of like your cable, huh?
Right. I said, did the world forget that this exists out here where we live?
Right.
I'm just like, Jesus. 1962, and we smoke outside. We light fires outside all the time, blah, blah,
Right,
blah. It's like,
David?
this is wonderful, Right. Actually, I did have a cigarette outside, David, when I was talking to him.
Wow.
1962. Yeah, it's that time. Anyway, so we're good. But anyway, my apologies for all the interruptions today, everybody. I really do apologize. You've had a shitty show. I'm deeply sorry for that.
No, it's been fun.
So moving forward.
I swear, if you narrate this, I'll murder you in your sleep. This is episode number 3. So there's a legend around here about they're called Melonhead monsters, and essentially they were where these kids were brought to like this mansion where this guy, Dr. Crow, did experiments on them. They already had like big heads because they had water on the brain. Yeah, but there's like a big word that goes with it. Hydroencephalitis. Is it hydroencephalitis? No, I just made that up. It's sounding good. I'd be okay going with that. We are out here. See what we can find.
Good. I'm glad to hear that, Paris girl.
Pretty scary out here.
What happens if we actually find something?
Oh, even better.
Oh my gosh!
Oh my goodness! Someone just attacked him. I gotta get. Oh, dang it! I have the keys. Hey, buddy, I'm
Really?
going to save you. If you're alive, just throw the keys.
What
The heck?
the hell?
Okay, guys. So we all know that these shows that they do this kind of stuff on, that something always happens. Always. Come on. I mean,
Thank you,
come on.
Strike Force.
I connected
Where
to
would
you.
sub to my channel?
Oh, okay. I was like, okay. I hope it's been okay, guys. I feel really guilty today because I've been all over the place. There's so much going on. I can't wait till I move to the back. That way, the front door is not right here. But either way,
Andrew!
Me too, you jerk.
I was going to the bathroom.
Dude, I came back. I was going to see if I was going to go get a gun. We kind of got our team together now. And we're going to be going through the woods. If everyone wants to
Should I be
quickly...
looking at my face?
Huh?
I can't see anything.
You're going into the woods. All right, that's a tree. That's a tree.
that's
You
always
should've seen the
positive.
tree.
Good stuff,
You know what?
Lynn.
It was in my face, okay? I called you a jerk.
Good. Thank you,
Yeah, I
Austin.
heard. Didn't care.
So, should I be filming me or you guys?
Be filming whatever is the most interesting. I feel like Picasso teaching painting to Bob Ross. Bob Ross is a better painter than Picasso. You think Bob Ross is a better painter than Picasso? Well, that's an interesting point.
Somebody just grabbed my leg.
What was it?
Didn't have a big head.
What did it look like? How big was its head?
I didn't see it. The flashlight was.
How big was its head?
I didn't see.
How
it.
big was its head?
I didn't see its head. Okay.
He's telling the truth. I vetted him. Telling the truth. I'm creeped out right now. What do the melon heads sound like?
Oh, a bug went in my mouth.
That's what they sound like.
Wait, what?
Like,
What do
don't
they
listen
sound
for
like? Dude. Wait, what do they sound like? What do they sound like? Like.
How's your mouth open? Wider.
What?
More vocal. That's it.
Guys are stupid.
You
Supposedly
think?
the reasoning yeah, just a little. The reasoning behind the violence with these things and the the killing and all that kind of stuff is because they have basically what looks like incessant encephalitis in their heads being swollen like they are. They have like nonstop ongoing head pain, headaches, just insane headaches, which is causing them to be crazy and, the things that were done to them supposedly. That's what the theory is behind it, I guess. So, just to give you a little heads up on it. I don't know what these two guys are. They're having lots of fun, whatever they're doing, but yeah. Anyway, Doodle says, I think these boys have some. Yeah, it kind of seems that way myself.
Just a little.
Just a little.
First one of these we did. We got like 300 views. We went viral every day. Like chicks calling me up, like, "Oh my gosh, saw the video." And I'm like,
Man, that's so
like,
awesome.
Yeah, you did.
I mean, street cred's cool and all, but I think it would be better if we just turned back.
Dude, what is that?
Dude, what is that? And that tree.
And that tree.
Dude, it's moving! Go! Let's go! Run! Is Micah back there? Leave the flashlight for him, Micah. Is he okay? I don't know how you guys do this. With the flashlights in the eyes and everything? I can't see anything. Yeah, take the flashlight, Micah. Take the flashlight. We should go. We should go. Dude, just turn off the flashlight. Turn off the flashlight. I can't see him, dude. What's wrong? Oh, no. I can turn the camera around. I'm running. I can't see. He's running. I can't see anything. Oh, dude, he's getting closer. We're gonna die. We're gonna die. Turn the flashlight. We're gonna die because the ratings. Ratings are gonna be awesome. Ratings. Oh my god. No, my god. Please. Let me the camera. Why?
So here's the other side of this too. Okay. So let's just say these things were real. Okay. They're like 4 foot tall and their heads are huge. What are they going to do to people? Are they going to headbutt you to death? I mean, I don't understand what the fear of these things was. I mean, other than like being freaked out looking at them, yes. I don't know, Mr. Boss Nevis. Welcome. Good to see you. But anyway, um, it's just the legend of it is quite creepy.
Yeah, why, bud? Wouldn't it be funny if we just left them on right now?
No.
Yeah. Put it down. It'd be really funny if we.
Don't like it. They don't like the camera.
What'd you say? Okay. A lot of crazy stuff happened tonight. Saw some monsters. Andrew got grabbed. Micah may have been possessed by some sort of evil spirit. Shortly, though, I think he seems pretty good right now, right?
He's okay.
He's still a little
He's
frazzled,
okay.
but
He's okay.
I feel pretty safe driving. I mean, he's safe to drive.
I think you don't lose the ability to drive. Isn't that awesome? Dude, calm down. You got. Wait, did they bite you? Oh, dude, look, right here, right here, right there. It's right there, man. Okay, sorry. It's right there though. You got that on footage, right?
Yeah, I got it.
You got it? You think you got it?
Okay, so that was excuse me, quite comical actually. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Can't spell today. Sorry. Yeah, now he's a demon. That's what I was thinking. Like you're being chased down by a 4 foot tall, huge headed thing, and you get bit, you become a demon. That's how that works. Okay.
Jason,
Oh,
you're
right.
killing me.
These two got scared at the bar. Yes, they probably did. Probably did. So now we have these legends. Of course, Wisner Road here in Ohio, in Kirtland, Connecticut, and Michigan, Saugatuck, Michigan, and there's a couple other. Now, this one here supposedly is based off of a true story. Okay. I guess once again, your judgment is the best judgment. So, what you think? Virginia Woolf, good to see you. The Walking deleted. I like that. The video is brought to us via Dogman Narrative. Mm-hmm. You're probably right, Rondi, in their backyard. Using their dad's video camera.
The Melon Head legend is known around the Ohio and Michigan areas. There have been several alleged sightings of melon heads in Michigan over the years, dating back to the 1970s. One of the most well-known sightings of the melon heads took place in the early 1970s in the small town of Felt Mansion in Holland, Michigan. The Felt Mansion was purchased by the state of Michigan in 1977. According to legend, there was once a scientist who lived in the mansion and conducted experiments.
That's very true,
resulting
Jaylit.
in their heads becoming abnormally
Especially with my owl creature.
shape. The doctor turned the mansion into a hospital. It has been said that these melon heads were patients of the hospital who were kicked out. Others say these melon heads killed the doctor and
I
left
think that would
on
make
their
him a
own.
melon foot, Michael.
After the hospital closed, they wandered the woods and lived off the land, sometimes being
Paris.
spotted by cars passing by or by campers. Some visitors to the mansion reported seeing strange figures lurking in the shadows with large bulbous heads and glowing eyes. Some even claimed to have heard the sound of children crying and screaming in the night.
That's true. Very true, Pearl.
Another reported sighting of melonheads in Michigan took place in the forest surrounding the town of Ada. Around 1993, several campers reported seeing strange figures moving silently through the woods with large heads and glowing eyes. Some claimed that the melonheads attacked their campsite, causing damage to their equipment and stealing their food. One group of campers reported waking up in the middle of the night to find several melonheads standing outside their tent,
Hey, Kaleidohope.
staring at them with their glowing eyes.
It could have been the Black Eyed Peas. That's possible too, Rich. I don't know. That would probably freak me out.
The state used the mansion as a state police post and converted the building into a prison. The state sold the estate to Laketown Township in 1995 for $1, as long as they preserved it. Visitors and late-night explorers have reported seeing curtains moving in the windows of the old building with strange noises, such as heavy breathing, footsteps, and shadows darting through the darkness. The legend of the Melon Heads has continued on, and the mansion has become a popular destination spot for ghost hunters and thrill seekers. The Felt Mansion is now used for weddings venues. Just don't book your wedding too long into the night. You never know what is lurking in the woods surrounding the mansion. While these sightings remain unverified, they have contributed to the widespread belief in the Melonhead legend in Michigan. Whether the Melonheads are real or simply a product of urban legend, their eerie presence continues to terrify those in the western part of Michigan and beyond.
Now, my thought with these things is if they were kids in the 70s, they would grow up into adults, right? I mean, I would think if they survived. Should. These are news reports from Michigan now. I don't know, Paladin. That's a good question. I never thought about that. I'll have to look into that. Sherry.
Today we're taking a look
I
at a
agree,
mysterious
Rondi.
creature unique to West Michigan. News Channel 3's Aaron Dimmick joins us with who you should watch out for. Good morning, Aaron.
Good morning, Kirk. They're called melon heads. These little people with large heads are said to creep around the woods of Allegan County. Stories of how they got there differ, but one thing's for sure, they've scared a lot of people.
I can kind of see if you're there by yourself or with one other person and you start hearing noises that you're not used to hearing, that your imagination will start to run wild with you.
Or it could be a melon head. The vast network of trails surrounding the Felt Mansion and Saugatuck Dunes State Park are said to be haunted by this mysterious band of creatures.
You do hear stories of older people that said, well, back when I was a teenager in the 1950s, we would be out and we'd see glowing eyes in the woods, or we might see something.
Some people believe the melon heads live in an underground series of tunnels, sometimes jumping out to attack people or eat them.
There are lots of different stories about how these little monsters got here. They all have to do with people who have hydrocephalus. It's a real condition, excess fluid in the brain causes the head to grow. The stories say the melon-headed children lived at an asylum near the Felt Mansion.
And there was a doctor that was there, and so he had the children and he started conducting experiments on them.
The melon-heads revolted,
killing him, eating him, and going into the woods where they supposedly are today.
Scott Kuykendall of the Allegan County Historical Society says there's no hard evidence that any of this ever happened. There was never an asylum in the area. However, there was a prison.
It's fun if you look at the stories and look at the time frames, it kind of fits into what the fears were at the time.
There could be a more simple explanation. The Felt Mansion was once used as a Catholic school, and that caused some tension.
The local town folk referred to them as melon heads because they were considered smarter. It was a negative, obviously. They
Good point, Jaylet.
Money and that they were rich and they had big heads because they were so smart.
It seems that every town has a scary story to tell, and that can get people interested in the world around them.
So for us, it's fantastic because we're able to draw them in with the interest of the paranormal, and at the same time, they're able to learn about the history of the county.
There you have it. Watch out for those melon heads. I know, Marcy, you're kind of scared of them.
I've walked that trail before in the winter. I've not seen any melon heads. So thank you. You kind of put my fears to rest there with the Catholic school children explanation. That's something to be scared of, right?
Did you hear any voices when you were?
Now, truth behind this. Okay, if you want to, all jokes aside, it was based on this doctor that was doing certain types of experiments at this time. Okay, and it caused the encephalitis, the things they were doing. So it does make me wonder, Paladin, if any of that had any basis to that. You know what I mean? It was kind of one of those thoughts that you're like, well, maybe, who knows? Where's this at here? And a couple other things. Okay. 1 second.
Issue of the windup. You should read our article in that and then return to this video.
To prepare for our hunt for the elusive Melonhead tribe, we conducted hours upon hours of very extensive, laborious research.
Before going on our hunt, we had to hypothesize what a melonhead would actually look like. To do this, we used advanced facial reconstruction software provided to us by Miss Hunter, courtesy of the windup.
Also sending out a survey to our local community, we had some very, very surprising and intimidating answers.
We had no idea how far this rabbit hole went.
The connections we made were mind-boggling, and the conclusions we came to were astonishing. After gathering all our supplies and mentally preparing for the journey ahead, we were finally ready for the hunt.
Arrival.
Here it is in all its glory. The Melonheads! Where are you? Come out! Wow, it's endless. I don't know if we'll ever be able to find our way out. It's amazing here. Now it's time to look for clues. Any clues over here? Any clues? It's leaking because of the cobwebs. There's some melonhead markings right here. Oh. Here we have a prime specimen of melonhead feces. Oh yeah, this is fresh, all right. They've been here within the last.
Okay.
kind of get lost.
I'll put them in my pocket for science. What does this mean? No. Why is it so satisfying to peel?
Listen, guys.
Hang on, guys.
Some of it's serious, some of it's
I think I'm
comedic.
onto something. I think I need to keep peeling this off the wall. I'm pretty sure there's going to be something under here. Just give me a few. Ancient melonhead hieroglyphic. What does it mean? The melonhead ritual. The melonhead. 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 Where are you?
Okay. So these guys are just completely stupid. It seemed based on the description that it was a little more serious, but I guess that was what they wanted.
Yeah.
Where did it go? Okay, that was the one that was I. That was really kind of stupid.
You think he was tasting the
Yes.
poo?
Well, it was probably dirt, thank God, but
Well, yeah.
I hope.
Yeah. That's what I was going to say. Right, Zelda.
Okay, here we go. I had two that I pulled. I didn't know that one if one was serious or not, but the description made it seem like it was. This one I know was. This is out of the Ohio version of it.
Today, we will be looking at the legend of the Melonheads, a legend shared by Ohio and Michigan. The Melonheads are said to be small humanoids with large bulbous heads. Because of the size and shape of these heads, they were, of course, given the name Melonheads. Most times,
Good point.
they are depicted as children, at least in their origin stories. Both states actually have their own story on where these creatures came from, but both tales are very similar. In Michigan, the tale is that the Melonheads
Zelda.
were patients at an asylum where, after suffering abuse, they killed one of the doctors and escaped into the woods. They had gone feral and were barely human after the abuse they endured. It is said that they hide in caves in the area. The Ohio legend shares many similarities, with some differences. In this version, the children were all orphans who were taken in by a Dr. Crow. Crow used the children for medical experiments, including injecting their heads with chemicals. These chemicals caused the children's brains and skull to swell, and it also made them go mad. Eventually, they ganged together and killed the doctor, and then burned down his facility, escaping to the nearby woods where it is rumored they still roam to this day. Now, in both versions of this legend,
I will tell you that I couldn't find it, but I was told that the story about the doctor is true. That actually happened, and that the story was constructed based on what he did, but that he was that bad. I don't know.
Yikes.
Because there's too many comical things that were made out of this, but yeah, there was this guy there's a whack doctor that did all this crazy shit. So there is that, and I'd like to be able to find the truth about him, like radical, like actual like stories or records or something of what he actually did to show you guys. That'd be great, but I couldn't.
the Melonheads still exist, interbreeding between the population and incest, causing them to become more and more feral, more and more mad with each generation. It is also said that they avoid humans at all cost, but if you happen to come upon them, or if they are hungry and they see you, They will eat you, feral enough to eat human meat. So, if you ever go in the woods of Ohio or Michigan, beware of the melon heads.
Yeah. Again,
Oh, alrighty then.
there's not much to go by with it. Just like that with the black-eyed children, or I can't find any real like proven info other than the stuff that we've talked about with it. It's hard. A lot of this stuff is based off of all legend and so on and so forth. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Yeah, the doctor. Well, there's two different versions of the story. Let's see here. One second. No, David. Nope. 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 Sure haven't. Now all I can hear are the machines outside digging up the ground.
Lovely.
As long as they don't touch my internet lines, I don't care what they do, because that would be a problem.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here we go. There is a movie, by the way, that about the melon heads, from what I understand. That oh, I can't look.
Yeah, he's supposed to be like, there's this owl creature in his backyard, and he's supposed to like have a camera or taking pictures or something, and he's failed to do
Eventually,
that yet.
eventually.
Mm-hmm.
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 Maybe I'll make Caden do it. I don't want to come encounter with this thing. Caden's bigger than me.
Movie night. What do you guys want to watch for movie night?
There you go. Do a poll.
Yeah, but David, this is like
Now,
some kind of mutated owl thing. I forget what it's called.
I'm going to show you guys the only one I could find of what they call Dracula Road or Velvet Road, where they've had the um, Melonhead sightings in Ohio. One second here. And then that should do it for this stuff for today. Owls are beautiful. That's true, SRB. The thing that lives in my backyard is not. It does not look like a regular owl. Connecticut, not
Hey
Ohio.
guys, Mike and Mike from AbandonedCT.com here. We're out in Trumbull heading to, as you may know, Dracula Drive. Also known as Velvet Road. Also known as Velvet Road. You know, we're going to show you what it's all about, where it is. You can check it out for yourself.
We have
also
a lot of these little stories in Ohio. There's a one called Crybaby Bridge, which I think every state has a Crybaby Bridge.
Breeding, various different
Um,
methods, of course. There's two theories.
Hatchet's Hollow.
60s, accused
Oh,
of
I should shut up.
witchcraft. Whole group of people were shunned out of the villages, lived on the outskirts for generations, and
I'm gonna try,
never
Fallon.
interacted with anyone but themselves. In order to procreate, they had to interbreed. So that's the 1860s version. The other version is, in the late 70s when one of the insane asylums closed down in Fairfield. Same thing happened. A group of them moved out to the outskirts of town, interbred. Melonheads were formed. Melonheads. So hopefully in this video we'll get a picture up for you what these so-called melonheads look like. There was an article in the New Haven Register, I believe, where they talked about it. It's definitely a popular thing in the area. Here in Trumbull, Monroe,
I do believe
Cook
so,
County,
Stevie.
and over in Michigan, these melonheads are popular. They must have taken a train. They must have taken a train or something, man, during the night and hid from everybody. That's what it comes down to, I guess. 'Cause I don't know how they got over there. But
There's a couple of them, SRB. There's one closer to me too.
On where Dracula Drive is.
I don't want you guys to miss what they're saying. Yeah, we have a Crybaby Bridge close to me too. There's a place called Hatchet's Hollow that's out here. There's also 5 Points where it's where the 5 counties come to, like, in an intersection. The 5 different counties come to a head right there together. And supposedly at that intersection, if you go out there at night, which of course I did when I was a teenager, and you pull out through that intersection, your car shuts off, and then it's hard to start, and then you see and hear shit out there. Supposedly, of course, a couple friends of us, and we took a few girls out, and he shut the car off. Everybody freaked out, and then of course, you know how the rest of the night goes. So that's what it's all about when you do that kind of stuff back in high school. I never experienced it by myself. It is creepy out there, the way the trees grow and the way the lighting and stuff is at 5 Points. It's pretty wicked. I swear to God, my phone's haunted too. Spam calls. This is all day long, guys. Look. All day long. I blocked them too. Anyway, the story behind Crybaby Bridge was about this woman that she was a girl, high school girl that gave birth to a baby. She didn't want her parents to know about it. Took it out because the bridge runs over top of the Mahoning River, and dropped the baby in the river, and it's haunted from there. There's also another place, Hatchetala, was about my dad told me that story. It's out by where he grew up, which is out near where they call Fowler, Ohio. It's a really, really, really rural area, worse than where I live. And it was about a guy that went nuts. That was a bus driver and took a bus load of kids back into the woods and unalived them. And so that area is supposedly haunted. We have a lot of stuff like that in Ohio, at least around the area that I live in. It's crazy.
I find it interesting how many different crybaby bridges there are, and
Exactly.
each story is different.
I mean, it could be SRB, but maybe that's just somebody has made up a story and connected it to an old metal bridge. You know what I mean? That's my thought on it. Urban legends, you know how they go. It could be the same one too. I mean, I don't know how far away from me you are. Palmer's Graveyard. No, I have Oakwood Cemetery, which I'll show you guys a picture of one of these days, and you'll see why we don't even like to drive past it. It's a cemetery from the late 1600s, and it's
Oh,
still
that'd be
there.
so cool.
Oh, they are. Halloween, we used to go in there all the time, and things definitely happen. It's very possible, SRB. I don't know. This is the stuff what we used to do when we were younger. We have a couple Civil War cemeteries. We have one behind the Red Cross in Warren, where I grew up, that we've done ghost hunts at, and then Oakwood we've done. In fact, if once I'm done with this, I'm going to show you guys if I can find it pictures of Oakwood Cemetery. I've never seen a cemetery like this in my life, and this is in the town that I grew up in too. Let me get through this though.
Correct one. It's in Trumbull. So we are heading there
Can you
now.
turn it up any?
Peace.
Yeah, I just did that. This is
Okay.
Velvet Road. This is the road that all the sightings happen on and have happened on, and all the weird situations with these things happen on. Marion. Okay. Welcome, Emil.
Right, Stevie.
They hit a mud puddle. Something was thrown at the car. What? Shut up.
Back that up.
They said something was thrown at the car. To me, that looks like they hit a puddle of water. Oh my god. Okay, whatever. All of that for I'm telling you that looked like a mud puddle. Does it or does it not?
Yeah.
They're claiming something was thrown at the car. Okay. Whatever. Anyway, moving on.
Hmm.
There's a lot of old mental institutions in Ohio too. That'll tell you something. What were you gonna say?
Oh, I was just saying that it looked like a mud puddle too.
That's what I'm guessing. Let me see if this comes up. Either way, this has been interestingly
Mm-hmm.
fun.
Absolutely.
The entire design of the
Okay, this is Oakwood. They're not showing it at night. You have to see this place at night. It's insane. It's very old, old. There's some new plots that they're still adding to it, It's got mausoleums, etc., etc. It's crazy. It's really cool at night, though.
Cemetery here has been in the theme of park-like setting.
Holly Taylor Meyer wants the community to come and enjoy the place where she works. Nothing crazy about that, except, like she said, it's a cemetery.
Our goal is to come in on a daily visit and see people picnicking with their loved ones at their grave sites and tending to the graves. Tending to the graves is a big project around here.
That's not the only project going on. Little by little, Oakwood is getting a facelift. It's already beautiful and getting prettier by the day.
We are,
and it needs it because it was bad. So this black wrought iron goes around the entire place. It's huge. This gate here as well, and these pillars is the entrance to it. And this is very, very, very old. They have been updating it, I will say that much, and cleaning it up. Mrs. Lily, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, it makes it so scary with the music. But like I said, nighttime, I'm gonna have to find a night pictures to show you.
looking forward to increasing our plantings throughout the entire cemetery. We're doing proposals for a daffodil project in the fall where we'll do over 4,000 bulbs of crocuses and daffodils.
See, there's a lot of these all throughout there, and actual like larger mausoleum type scenarios that are very, very old too, that have been there forever.
That's cool.
It's pretty wild.
So that we can increase the beauty of the landscape with some bloomings that'll happen all throughout the year.
Right.
Flowers for every season, and the fence along Niles Road needed to go.
We've been taking that down. A lot was damaged. So we're trying to increase the positive imagery of the cemetery by removing damaged pieces throughout.
Oakwood is over 175
Did you hear that?
years old.
175 years old.
Wow. Congratulations, David, on 9 months.
Another 9-monther. Yay. That's awesome. Right, Paladin. Miss Gina, good to see you, dear. It has been a long time. Doesn't seem like it, though. Interesting. But see, these buildings like this, they're all throughout, and these trees grow right in the middle. Lots of them that they haven't taken down. You can look at some of these headstones and tell how old they are, too. It's pretty wild.
To rest for the area's elite.
We have several of the Perkins family here, a few of them. They're up on
The Perkins family, for everybody to know, and the Packard family. The Perkins, they are basically the founders of the city of Warren that I grew up in. They built the city hall and lots of other things. They were the big money people. The Packard family, for those of you that aren't familiar with Packard or Packard Electric, the Packard cars that back in the 40s and the 50s that were popular, is from the Warren area. That's where they started building them from, so on and so forth. We have the Packard Museum out there, or out here.
Isn't there like a Packard computer?
Packard
Bell.
Yeah. I don't think it's the same family, but
I don't know.
More big money families. Again, another weird group of stories too.
We've got the Packard family here. We have the Packard here has been in
Holly Taylor.
Looking forward to in the fall, where we're with some bloomings that'll happen all throughout the year.
Sorry, I jumped back.
Flowers for the area's elite.
We have several of the Perkins family here, quite a few of them. They're up on Perkins Hill. We've got the Packard family here. We have the Pendleton family. We have the Kings, the Justice, the Smith family from back in the 1800s. And we have a lot of prominent families that are buried here today that have legacy family members still living in the area.
And here's the good news for those families. One of Holly's pet projects is to digitize all the records.
I have been working with YSU's history department and their geography department, several professors over there, and I've been working with Megan Reed and her wonderful team at the Trumbull County Historical Society to scan all of our digitize all of our records so that we can open it up to the community to be able to access that data whenever they'd like to, straight from their phone. We knew within an hour that our records were excellent and very thorough and easily accessible to all of us that were sitting at the table. So now we just do the scanning and enjoy the progress that we're making.
Progress on the records and progress on the headstones themselves, thanks to the same cleaning liquid that Arlington National Cemetery uses.
I have also been bitten by the excitement of stone cleaning.
Wow, look at that.
That's pretty impressive.
That's crazy. No way. Wow. That's impressive. Sorry.
Hints. So I come out and clean stones, and volunteers join me, and I can assist them in the projects that there were stones that are in such good condition. They just need a little bit of gentle cleaning.
And slowly but surely, this old gem is starting to sparkle. And it looks like the idea of getting people to come and enjoy the grounds isn't so far-fetched after all.
Our goal is to return it back to the park light setting so that more of the community can come and enjoy on a regular basis.
And that's what it looks like during the day. It definitely don't look like that at night. It's huge. And a lot of people do wedding photos there that are into like the creepy type weddings, you know.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Paris, maybe that's what I was. Hewlett Packard. Maybe that's what I was trying to think of.
Yeah, there you go. Hewlett Packard.
I was like, I know there was
Let me show you
something.
some of these. I guess nobody's really brave enough to go in there at night. Yeah, there's a lot of stories about this cemetery at nighttime. Of experiences people have had. And it's as you look through, if you can look in the background, this is the sister cemetery to it. This is about an hour away, but the same company owns both of them. They have the same name. And this is just as old. It's muted on purpose because I just wanted you guys to kind of get a glimpse of the way it looks. Oakwood Cemetery, actually, there were a couple music videos they're very popular. I can't remember who it was that filmed their video in that cemetery.
That's cool, Molly.
Mm-hmm. So this is the same way the other one's set up. It's just very tree filled and very deep. I mean, shaded areas. It is really beautiful if you like that look. You know what I mean? A lot of the cemeteries you see nowadays are all treeless. They're just wide open.
I know.
Not
I
a
don't.
fan. So
Yeah, I think that's sad.
I don't think it looks it shouldn't look that way in my opinion. This place
Yeah.
is kind of it's comfortable to look at in my opinion. Like I said, during the day. During the day, you don't want to go in there at night. Because there's just a completely different aura and weird feeling. This one,
David, if you ever come to
surveillance
the
there.
United States, let me know and we'll go ghost hunting. There's a
Oh yeah,
sanatorium
for
here
sure.
in Indiana. I'll take you to.
Okay, so this is the like the front entrance into the cemetery. Okay, that's the fencing. I guess they're taking that down, replacing it. This was the front house to it. Uh, now they're watching people steal. They had been watching people steal flowers from graves. Like I don't
Oh
ever
my
understood people that did
God.
that. That's so ignorant.
Right?
Yeah.
wasn't even
Just
from graves, it
disgusting.
was just from
I don't
their
get it. I don't
landscape. That's
understand. How you gonna take stuff from people's? Yeah, I mean, it's just unbelievable.
sounds like fun, David.
Looks like they have cut down some trees though. Anyway, I can't find any nighttime video. There's
Hmm.
plenty of pictures of it, but you know, um, anyway, again, guys, I'm sorry about all the distractions and interactions and blah 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 from today.
Oh, stop it. We've had fun.
Mm, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a bar I used to go to. Wow, why did they put that in there for? That's pretty wild.
Yeah, like, yeah, well,
Is that the one? Uh, okay, this gives you a better view. Just picture this place at night with all this tree cover. How dark? Because it's dark. There's no lighting, or at least there wasn't. Um, this is the other go through here, and then there's all these mausoleums that are built throughout this place. Um, as you can look at these stones and see how old a lot of these are. But yes, there's that place. That place creeps me out. Anyway, anyway, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand stealing flowers. That's kind of weird to me, but
that's kind of rude.
yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Thanks, Leslie. We try.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And I appreciate that as well, Paris girl. Oh, wait a minute. Really?
Hmm?
Hold on a second. Okay, so this was
What?
the Confederate War. This is the same cemetery. Look at that,
Oh, wow.
right? That's wicked. That's wild. Here's the one mausoleum. Wow.
Yeah, it's a little creepier than what it is now.
Yeah. Well, this was God, how long ago? But yeah, that's wicked.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's what a lot of it, the gothic side of things. A lot of the gothic kids, even when I was in high school, would go take their graduation pictures and stuff there. There's a lot of beautiful buildings and architecture in there, but still, it's just not. I don't know. We did a LARP in there one time, playing a game that we used to play, and scared the shit out of ourselves. Yes, David, I agree. That's pretty, Molly. Very pretty. Um, it doesn't.
Yeah, Dago,
Oh,
go out and take
okay.
some
I
nighttime
see
video
it.
and show it to
Book.
us.
Mm-hmm. Actually, I probably I could do that because I've done it before. We did ghost hunt
I
in
mean,
there a
you're a
couple times.
paranormal
That was.
investigator and you're too scared to go to the cemetery and get a video?
Have I explained to you how this place is at night? I've done ghost hunting before in the park, that cemetery, but it's
I mean, you're too scared to go to your
really
backyard.
kind of creepy.
You're too scared to go to the cemetery.
It's very pretty.
Exactly, a
That's a nice.
field trip.
Wow. Yeah, I plan on doing some stuff like that. I'd love to be able to do that through October. That's nice. Really big too, Molly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we had friends that would go spend the night there, or sleep there, until they got caught by the police. Which, you know, it's whatever. I never did do that. So, so that is the black-eyed kids and the melon heads. What we could find as of that so far. Boo. Yeah, you scared me. Um, I have was gonna kind of throw out. Tomorrow was supposed to be the hearing,
Yeah.
but it's not.
No.
So I'm gonna give you guys an option to tell me what you would like to do tomorrow. Do you want to do some more stuff like this, or do you want to go back to some crime stuff? You tell me. Give me some
Molly and
ideas, folks.
I had an idea.
Oh God. Okay.
What? That's
Nothing.
rude.
I'm just kidding. Is it rude?
Um, where did it go? Hold on, I gotta find it again.
You got to remember the idea. I was just teasing, by the way.
I'm sleepy.
That
Where
hurt.
is?
That was instant karma for that, by the way. Fucking knee. Ouch. Yeah, that was a deer right in the middle of the park. It's a perfect picture.
There. Okay. Um, we
Yes, yes.
could
Okay.
we'd need Molly's help. But
Oh
we could
boy.
discuss kind of blends with yesterday and today, the Viking Odin pagan myth.
Um, the Odinism stuff that I more than what I had showed already.
Well, the myths and stuff behind it.
Okay, that's an idea. It's up to you guys.
I don't know, it's just something me and Molly were talking about.
Well, there's all right. Well, let's see. That's a good idea, actually. Let's see. Wait a minute. Okay. Does anybody have any other ideas to throw in there as well? We could maybe do a couple things.
You want a music day?
Hmm,
Paranormal day?
Yeah, yeah. We can
Wide
do.
open day?
Yeah.
I mean,
Any one of them things. I told you guys before. This is your guys. What's up, Spence? This is your guys' channel. So you guys choose, since we have a free day tomorrow that we don't have to have anything specifically with now. I'm happy as long as you have a show. It's okay. So what if we just since she'll be here tomorrow too, surprise, knock on wood. We'll just come out and sit and stare at you guys.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure what you already showed about the Odinism, Nordic pagan. A lot of it. I showed the whole basis behind paganism and the Odinism thing. talked about the heathens and stuff like that. I just so that they would understand what it was actually supposed to be as compared to what it was being turned into in Delphi.
Yeah. Ms. Lily says break it up. Zelda says paranormal is cool since it's almost Halloween.
Paladin says paranormal is a nice break from true crime. Paris says front. Well, I got tomorrow night too, guys. So
Yep. And David
you
said
know,
music.
David likes the music stuff. Oh shit! High memory usage detected. Imagine that.
What?
That's what I just had a thing pop up and said high memory usage detected. Surprise.
Hmm.
It's been doing that lately because it's pretty much dying.
Kim says paranormal. David, Fun Friday music. Paris girl, I'm up for whatever. It says paranormal. I think majority say paranormal. Paranormal.
Well, we could do excuse me. We could do a paranormal thing during well, let me ask you guys this. Dinky! What's
Hey,
up, Dinky?
Dinky.
We could do one and the other. We can do paranormal and we can do the music thing. Would you rather do the music during the day and the paranormal at night, or the paranormal during the day and the music at night? Yes, you have an opinion, Brandy. You need to give us your opinion. Well, that's what I'm saying. I'll be doing 2 shows tomorrow, David. One in the daytime, one at nighttime. So, do you guys want to do the music at night and the paranormal during the day, or the paranormal during the, or vice versa?
My vote is paranormal during the day, but
Yeah, that's what I thought. Because you won't be here for the nighttime thing.
right.
We can do the scary stuff at night.
But yeah, that's the thing too. Is paranormal's more fun at night.
Some people think so, but some people get scared. So,
Yeah.
and I do have some. We could get into some paranormal stuff for sure.
Hey, if you do music, let David know.
Oh, I will. Either way, I'm doing music sometime tomorrow, David. Seems to be popular.
I think Paladin's got a good idea. Do more scary stuff between now and Halloween.
Oh, I planned on it. October, other than doing the mental health shows, or the mental health show, and then the domestic violence thing. Yeah, there's going to be a lot more of that during the month of October because it's October.
Mm-hmm.
The music is like a party at night. Okay, I like the music at night better. That's 2, 3, 4. So it's going to be kind of split. Either or. There's a lot of either ors. All right. Well, either way, you guys are getting a double show tomorrow. Pray to God everything works. And yeah, I was just thinking that. So let me see here.
I mean, we got in here 58.
We'll do a couple polls. We don't have everybody in here, but that's okay. All right, so there's one poll rolling.
Free for all paranormal day and music at night.
That didn't go right. Hold on a minute. Music at night, 100%. How did that even happen? With 15 votes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me do this. All right. Paranormal at night. Let's see what that says. We could do a free for all paranormal day and music at night. That's what I'm planning on doing if it goes the right way, voting wise. Yeah, we're definitely doing the mental health thing and stuff, for October for sure.
Thank you, Zelda. They said I vote for music at night so Mama Bear can be here because I love
That's
paranormal.
kind of what I was thinking too, but of course I need to. You have the 100% there too. Pretty close. It's not done yet. It's at 75%. Although I think Ghost playing with poles probably. And I have a variation of different paranormal things that we're going to go through when we do it too. It's not going to be one specific thing.
Why does it keep going 21, 22, 21, 22?
No idea.
It is so weird.
Very weird. Hopefully I get the rest of my computer stuff tomorrow too.
Yeah, that would be cool.
If I can
Love
put
you too, Mom. Zelda.
if I can get it early enough, well shit, then I can't because I have to get the Windows thing transferred and all that stuff too. Your night is early AM for me. Gotcha, Dinky.
That's true.
And my early AM is night for you. So for the people in the UK, it would be scary during the day, and I gotcha. That one went down. Okay, I'm just gonna end that one then too, just to see where we're at.
Yeah, we could put the poll in the community tab too.
Yeah.
68% said no.
Well, that'll do it for me. So tomorrow during the day, we're doing a paranormal free for all. Okay. Which includes, I was thinking, if anybody had any kind of paranormal experiences they wanted to share, talk about, send different variations of things to me, we can do that as well. Maybe put some people on the panel to talk about stuff. Um, and then tomorrow night, as long as my computer allows, we're gonna do the music thing that we do. So yes, David. I love when David's here for the music thing because he's a lot of fun with it. So
Yeah.
that does happen, Paladin. That's why I try to take breaks with it, especially on Fridays, because there's so much of it that we cover, you know. So that is what we're doing. I have a whole playlist of Molly's
Yeah. She's got some
paranormal
crazy stuff
stuff.
too.
Yes. I want for every day gets closer to Halloween for it to be scarier and scarier. Well, I don't want to scare you guys too bad because I can get into some scary stuff. Um, but I will. I will. I know a lot of you guys love the paranormal stuff. Heather's a huge fan of it. Mama Bear loves it. Molly loves it. There's a lot of people in here that really, really enjoy it. A lot of people that aren't even in here right now too. So yes, the voice was that was definitely different. So that's what we're doing, guys. Tomorrow it's a paranormal free for all Friday, and tomorrow night, I guess the late night with the Dago. If I can maybe I can get Mikey to join me too. Um, if I can do it the right way. Actually,
Hmm. Usually I know where he's going with stuff, but this time I'm stumped.
I have another channel.
Yes, you do.
I need
I
one
just
more.
never.
Maybe I'll pull the second channel for tomorrow night with the music, and then we don't really have to worry about it.
That's a good point because it's not monetized.
Yep.
There you go.
Yeah. The only thing is you guys are gonna have to look for the channel when I go live, and of course I'll advertise it during the day, but um yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yay. Yeah. And then you guys could subscribe to that channel as well, because obviously nobody has.
That's you guys are too sweet.
Well, that's what we're doing, Fallon. We're doing the paranormal during the day so Mama Bear can be here with us. And we'll pop up the other channel for the nighttime.
That's a good question, Annie. I forget what did we decide on the channel name? Are
Well,
you gonna leave it as that, or are you gonna change it?
that's the other channel I'm supposed to be running. It's called the Paranormal Experience, which is not going to work for what we're doing tomorrow. But I need another one yet, so I may start another channel today and make it maybe just call it Dago's Funhouse, and that will be the whatever we do in there thing. That's an idea. I never thought of that. Let me see something here. Yeah. I may do that, and then I'll go into Discord with it if I can do it. I need to have a third one, but that's a really good idea. Cool. Yes, David, I know exactly what you mean, and then I'll give you guys the name of it. Well, I guess does that sound like an okay name for the channel, like Dago's Funhouse, or no?
I think it sounds good.
Because it's gonna be pretty much a free for all channel that we do whatever we do in it.
Exactly,
That's
David.
what I mean, David. Yeah. That sounds like a plan, and that way, if something happens, then something happens. You know what I mean? Club Dago. There you go.
We can let you know tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll give you guys the name of it in the morning. Melon heads is what I was called as a child. I'm definitely not. Oh my god, dude! He cracks me up how he just pops up out of nowhere and says shit like that. What's up, Popper? That guy right there is the guy I was telling you guys that was the very first person ever to come into this channel ever.
Club
Period.
Dago. Or Dago. Yeah, no, not Dago's Freaky Funhouse. No.
That sounds like a porn movie.
Right?
And it ain't gonna be that. Dago's Funhouse. Dago's Disco Club. You guys are crazy.
Sauce Club.
I don't know. That might disappoint some people thinking they're gonna be coming in watching us eating wings or something.
Right.
I think we got enough of the Pee-wee's Playhouse, right, Josie?
Club Meatball.
That's kind of funny. I like that though.
Mm.
Club Marinara. The Meatball Factory. Davis Meat and yeah. Yeah, right. Forget about it.
Get at it.
Club Fugazi. There you go. Club Fugazi.
Ragu House. Dago's Ragu House.
You guys are very, very articulative. I love it. Legos. Dago's
Yes,
Playground.
that is correct, Rock Chalk. Anybody else that hasn't heard the hearing tomorrow has been canceled and rescheduled to October 26th due to illness, most likely COVID.
Yeah, yet another one. Yes, yet vacated for
The
it's.
meatball
I would
club.
venture to say it's got to be COVID for him to do that.
I don't know, Chris. Saucy Dagos.
Again, that sounds like a porn club or something. The Noodle House.
Might be a restaurant or something called Carbonara House.
Yeah.
Might get a copyright strike for that one.
What's this KB case? What are you talking about, David?
Huh?
Dago's meat.
No.
No, no, J-Lit. That would definitely go. YouTube would probably drop that before it even started. BK rescheduled. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's gotta. I would venture to say, with everything that's happened, for them to vacate and reschedule, it's probably gotta have to be COVID.
Yeah. Shelly, yeah, that's not gonna work.
A lot of people think that, David.
Yeah.
Dago's saucy balls. No. That would work, Sherry, but I want channel to be like for multiple things. We could do different variations of stuff in there, but typically that's what it's going to be used for because that's the illegal stuff. Hopefully it Ray, good to see you. And that's Dago's playground.
How about Dago's sandbox?
How about the playground or the sandbox or something like that?
Bye, David. Have a good night.
Take care,
Morning.
brother. See you
Whatever.
soon. Dago's fun
Dago's
house.
playpen?
Mm,
No,
again,
that's
that
kind
could
of
be taken.
borderline. Yeah.
Yeah, it could be taken. What's up, Eddie? It's okay, buddy.
Hey, Eddie.
Yes, I got plenty of names. The other channel I have, it's called The Paranormal Experience. It's supposed to be for nothing but paranormal stuff that I was going to be kicking off. Molly said cats like sandboxes. Yes, but you can't be shitting all over the channel, Molly.
Right. And then I had to go get a job, and so that kind of.
It changed some stuff, but that's okay. Yeah, I kind of like the Funhouse too because, like I said, it opens it up to being anything.
Dago's dark humor.
So yeah, I think I'm gonna start that other channel and I'll call it that. Either that or just the Funhouse. God, see a bunch of clown lovers try to come in there. That'd be interesting.
Oh God, Popper.
The Dago, dude. Christ. Wow. I miss his humor sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
You guys got to go watch his channel. Like most of you wouldn't understand it. There's probably a handful of people in here that would understand because he makes fun of certain things. But yeah, oh man, Popper and his humor. You're a trip, dude. I can't, dude. I can't. Oh my god. I hate these headphones. I need better ones, bigger.
Bigger?
I'm gonna get a set of Princess Leia headphones. Wet noodle. Okay, Kels. Only sometimes. Yeah. Enough. Enough, Popper. Enough. It's enough that I don't mean enough as in stop. I mean like when you're saying sometimes, I mean it's enough to make it. Yeah, that's what I mean. But anyway, he's a trip. He
That's what
is
she
a trip.
said.
Enough. What, that or wet noodle? Good. I'm glad you guys are
Name
laughing.
the channel.
We
That's
need
what
to.
she said.
Do you have some kind of a wind-up box or something playing? No.
Hmm?
There's no music playing, Molly. There was this thing for a minute. Is that what you heard? Yeah, I think Molly has a delay.
Molly always has a delay.
That has to be what she heard then. Late. Creepy. Creepy. I'm not playing any music in the background.
Do I have one? What, honey? A wind-up music box? Not that. No. Yeah, I think Molly's having a paranormal experience over there in Idaho.
Mm-hmm.
Unless Matt walked by, unless he by chance had his phone playing music when he walked by, maybe.
Playing music that sounds like a music box?
Well, no, I wouldn't think so, but I mean, as he's
See,
walking by, it's hard telling what it sounded like, through my
see,
headphones.
you guys prompted the scary music now.
So if I didn't hear it off of there, it was here, and I don't own one. Well, Molly, know what to tell you, honey. Molly, do you hear music right now?
Diego's Deno debauchery. There you go. I think it's probably just going to be called The Fun House. So if you guys see that, that will be the one. Can you hear the music playing now? Yes. Okay.
So which I don't think it was there for the 1 minute we were talking, but now it's playing. Matt's game is behind me.
Okay.
I wouldn't say it was music box.
Do you hear what's playing right now, Bear? Do you hear what's playing right now in the background?
I hear something that sounds like a violin.
Okay. Didn't know if you could hear that.
Oh. 48 hours recap video was struck down.
What?
Was there an issue with your 48 hours video? Recap video? Did you play any of it?
Yep. Yeah, there was.
Change of subject.
I think everybody's was stuck down.
Oh, probably. CBS doesn't like to share their stuff.
No, they don't at all. At all. Yeah, I think I watched quite a few people get shut down right in the middle of a stream because of it. So
What is this, War Eagle?
What are you saying? Yeah, I know, Dinky. It was ridiculous. Overturned in a ravine.
Payne's father was a magistrate judge for the first judicial court of the state of Idaho. In addition to the stuff from the other day, in this case, he claimed judicial immunity over a child custody case in which he removed the kids from their natural parents and had them placed into foster care.
Interesting.
Idaho State Police Detectives Michael Von Leuven and Gary Tolson both worked the Brian Koberger case and were already under investigation at that time. In fact, they were the first responding ISP officers to the crime scene. Can you say Brady violations?
Yeah. That's not cool.
Interesting.
Yep. Okay, guys. So yeah, like I said, I think it's gonna be just called the Fun House. That way, it's not actually directly has my name in it either. So, and we can do whatever we want in there. In it, it'll be like a fun house. You never know what we're gonna do. Boo. Cool. And then you guys all have to subscribe to that as well, if you can, of course.
Of course.
Wawayanda, New York. Wow, that's sad. There was a bus accident. It says
Oh.
1 deceased, 43 injured. The kids were going to band camp. Oh my god, that scares the shit out of me.
Oh, good, Eddie. We're doing paranormal tomorrow.
Now read how this says. If I read this too fast, I love Eddie, but he put the punctuation right. But if you don't see the punctuation and you just read it, it says, "Kells, I'll be here tomorrow. Luckily, I missed you all today. Hi at Canadian True Crime." It's obviously not what he's saying, but you can if you read it without the punctuation. That's funny. He put the period after luckily, saying he'll be here tomorrow. Yeah, there was 2 new documents that dropped. One was a Zoom, unless there's more. I'll go look real quick. Hold on. Before we get out of here.
Aw,
There
sorry,
was
Jennifer.
one for Zoom and one for what's the matter?
2 dated today.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jennifer. Well, tomorrow's Friday, folks. TGIF. Fingers crossed I'll have this computer put together. I'd love to be able to get it done by this weekend. And things will be good from there on out. Okay, so we have oh yeah, there were 2 more.
Order
Yeah.
to file apply to state's objection, order vacating and resetting defendant's motions.
Order to file well, here, I'll just show it to you guys. It does too, Eddie. Definitely does. Order to file reply to state's objection to defendant's second motion to dismiss indictment under seal. Sorry. The court having before it the defendant's motion to file reply to state's objection to defendant's second motion to dismiss indictment under seal and good cause appearing now, therefore, it is hereby ordered that the defendant's reply to state's objection to defendant's second motion to dismiss shall be filed under seal, ICAR. Huh. Okay. So Koberger's reply to the state's objection to the motion to dismiss. It's sealed. It's filed. So the state is objecting. This is the second motion, or I'm sorry, the state's objection to defendant's second motion to dismiss. So they're objecting, basically, is what they're doing to him trying to motion for dismissal. So it's starting to make me wonder, is there really a sickness? Is that why they
Mm-hmm.
pushed it forward, or is it because of this right here?
Right.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
Be honest. Be honest. You guys have lied too much as it is. Let's be honest about this shit now. So the other one, the other document, I'm sorry. Hold on a minute.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of
That's
sus,
awful
Misha girl.
convenient. What?
That it was rescheduled an entire month out just due to illness.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, October 26th.
And it's awful convenient that somebody got sick the day before. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Did you not see that, Kells, what I just put up there? It is hereby ordered that the defendant's reply to the state's objection to defendant's second motion to dismiss indictment shall be filed under seal pursuant to I.C.A.R. Interesting.
Hello, Christina.
What's up, Christina June? Good to see you. What's the matter? Why is anything the way it is there? I told you the entire nothing against anybody. What's up, Danger Zone?
Hey, Danger Zone.
He said that's absurd, bull honky. Yes, I agree. I love that term. What you saying is all bull honky.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the second document, these were just dropped today, folks, mind you, is of course order vacating and resetting defendant's motions. You got to be kidding me. Of course, because of the the court having before it the stipulated motion to vacate and reset defendant's motions and good cause appearing now, therefore, it is hereby ordered that defendant's motions hearing currently set for September 22nd, 2023 at 10:30 a.m. and 1 p.m. shall be vacated. It is further ordered that the defendant's motion to dismiss indictment on grounds of biased grand jury, inadmissible evidence, lack of sufficient evidence, and the prosecutorial misconduct in withholding exculpatory evidence shall be reset for October 26th at 9:30 a.m. and shall be a closed hearing pursuant to ICR 63 and ICAR 32. It is further ordered that the defendant's motion to dismiss indictment on grounds of error in grand jury instructions or in the alternative remand for preliminary hearing shall be reset October 26th at 1 p.m. and shall be open to the public. So ordered. 9:20 at 4:44. So both hearings are rescheduled, and that is the time, October 26th at 1 p.m. and 9:30 a.m. Interesting, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, there it is. All right, y'all. I think that is going to do it for today.
Yep.
I hope everybody enjoyed themselves somewhat today. Once again, I apologize for all the interruptions and all the bullshit and everything else, but thank you, Mama Bear. Thanks for being here today.
You're welcome.
Tomorrow we have we're gonna be a free for all paranormal day here on this channel. And tomorrow night we're going into the Funhouse channel, folks, and doing our thing.
What you talking about, Willis? BK's in safe house. What?
BK's in a safe house. What? Fantastic 4 minutes, Danger. Awesome. I'm glad you enjoyed that 4 minutes, brother. I'm sorry, you guys. Sorry, you guys. All right, everyone. That's going to do it for today. The boss lady just walked in the door, and
Hey, boss lady.
shit's getting real.
Uh
Anyway, I'm just kidding.
oh.
So, thank you all again for joining me. I'm sorry for everybody that just is coming in now. Tomorrow is going to be an interesting day. Since we have no hearings, we're going to make the best of it. We got a free for all paranormal day going on all during the afternoon. And tomorrow night, we're going into the fun house and we're going to have some fun and shake off all this true crime crap that we carry around with us all week. Sounds like a fun time to me.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Besides that, guys, I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your night. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you all for supporting the channel the way you do. I appreciate you all so very much. Anybody that may have donated, which is definitely not required, but anybody that did, thank you so much for that. Anybody that did anything with the Amazon list, thank you for that as well. I hope you guys once again have an amazing rest of your night. I adore you all so very much for everything you do and everybody that you are. Don't change a thing about yourselves because you are the beautiful people. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. And I will see you all on the other side. Bye-bye now.
Bye, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a great night. Love y'all.